бескомпромиссными боями. Первый бой за титул нас ждет в минимальном весе, где выходец из лиги Найза Бекжан Абылкасым встретится с Бердибеком Саражевым. В полутяжелом весе будет разыгран вакантный титул, где Мирас Шантасов схлестнется с Айханом Джимухаевым. Кроме того, любимец Казахстана Галым ТТ подерется с бойцом из Китая Шалавати Хали. И Тимур Серикулы, экс-чемпион в легком весе, встретится с одним из бойцов клана Чоршанбиевых. Ну что, Алена, мы готовы начинать?
Бірақ алдымен бастамастан бұрын бір хабарламаны айтып өтуіміз керек. Маңғыстау облысы полиция департаменті интернет алаяқтық фактілерінің алдын алу мақсатында бір маңызды ескерту жасап отыр. Күмәнді сілтемелерге өтпеңіз. Өзіңізге беймәлім қосымшаларды жүктемеңіз. Бейтаныс нөмірден хабарласып, егер 1414 нөмірден келген SMS-кодты айтыңыз десе, міндетті түрде оны жасауға болмайды деген сөз. Міне, қазір дайынбыз. Сіздер дайын болсақ, біз де дайынбыз. Бастаймыз ба?
Найза 84. Мы начинаем.
Біз бастаймыз.
No worries. Can I get picture on, hang on. Can I get picture on, what do you call it, on my main screen? If that makes sense, or do I need a separate device to watch? Got you. Oh, here we go. I've got the link. I've got a link here actually from Chris. Should I pull that up on? Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to Act 2 Kazakhstan, where tonight brings the lights of the Halek Arena shine on another night of combat sport. Naiza Fighting Championship returns with Naiza FC 84. We are live on the shores of the Caspian Sea for an event that showcases exactly why Naiza has become one of the most exciting and important mixed martial arts promotion anywhere in Central Asia. Tonight, rising prospects, established contenders and world championships hopefully collide. FC 84. Making his way to the ring tonight, Gaziz Amshalov. If I was in the red corner, I'd be saying, do not chase the taller man. Cut the cage and enter behind feints. Keep scrambles fast and don't accept bottom position. Not much info on Akhmedov. 1-0 record, 27 plays, 21-22 age. He's fighting at home tonight in Kazakhstan with a Master of Sport in pancreation and has multiple Kazakh titles. A dangerous man, if you ask me. Being warmed up there by his corner. Amshalov is not fighting like a normal 21-year-old. He's energetic, he's fast, and he likes to take control early. Let's see what he can do tonight. Amshalov already carrying the burden of being a decorated young Kazakh talent. Akhmedov is older, longer, and he has the profile of a grappler who can make a prospect look very, very ordinary if he controls the tie-ups nice and early. Both very good grappling backgrounds. I'm excited to see what happens with those exchanges. Amshalov, a touch of respect and into the cage.
Құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар, қадірменді спорт сүйер қауым, тікелей эфирде Ақтау қаласында өткелі жатқан Naiza 84 турнирі. Құрметті ағайындар, баршаларыңызға ассалаумағалейкум! Құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар, турниріміздің төрешілерімен таныс болыңыздар. Бас төреші Нұрбек Мұңлықов, төрешілер Жапырақ Базарбаев, Амантай Нұрғалиев, рефери Ақтілеу Әскербайұлы, Асылбек Исмағамбетов, Катмандар командасы Катман KZ, Керей Тайм және спорт дәрігері Асхат Зұлхарнайұлы. Сонымен алғашқы жекпе-жек ең жеңіл салмақта өтеді. Олай болса спортшыларымызбен таныс болыңыздар. Алаңның көк бұрышында оның жасы 27-де, оның бойы 1,77 см, салмағы 56-да 700 келі, оның кәсіби рекорды 1 жеңіс. Хорезм қаласы, Өзбекстан Республикасы. Қарсы алыңыздар, Шахзод Ахмедов! Және оның қарсыласы алаңның қызыл бұрышында, оның жасы 22-де, оның бойы 1,70 см, салмағы 56-да 700 келі, оның кәсіби рекорды 5 жеңіс және 1 жеңіліс. Ақтөбе қаласы, Қазақстан. Қарсы алыңыздар, Ғазиз Газ Аманжолов! Ортадағы төреші Ақтілеу Әскербайұлы.
Мені мұқият тыңдаймыз, топтан кейін жұмыс жасамаймыз. Ережені білесіңдер, ережені бұзбаймыз, қол алсамыз, бұрыштарымызға сәттілік.
A touch of gloves and we're into it tonight. First fight of the night. Both fighters are going to want to control the distance, tap around, feel around and see what they can do. A lovely exchange there. Both fighters making a statement very early. Standing southpaw is Aman Shalov. Very jittery in and out of the pocket, which is nice to see because he's going to have to close the distance with Akhmedov having the slight height advantage. Chopping away at that front leg there. Shooting in with a straight right down the pipe. Really letting the hands go. Wow, straight right down the pipe. Akhmedov wore it like a champ, but he's looking slightly wobbled here. A nice trip. Straight down the pipe. And that's an absolute statement finish from the young man. Exactly what we wanted to see here tonight. A clean statement in a fight that demanded answers, really. And the young man very happy with his performance. He framed it, he set it up. And the straight left right down the pipe. Wobbled him originally, and then he followed it up. Nice to see Akhmedov not take too much damage, back on his feet. Great respect from both sports.
Сонымен, құрметті қандар мен мырзалар, бұл жекпе-жек бірінші раунд, бірінші минут 16 секундта тоқтатылды. Техникалық нокаутпен жеңіске жеткен алаңның қызыл бұрышы Газиз Газ Аманжолов.
A show of respect from both sportsmen. But what a finish for the young man. He came, he made a statement. He needed to make a statement, really. But a great finish for him. And a great young prospect for Naiza coming through the ranks. And ladies and gentlemen, we said strap in. We promised action. We promised fire. And we delivered. What a first fight from the flyweight division. It was a 5-minute round, but we really didn't need it. Very young, very heavily decorated. The questions I'd be asking: do you feel expectation? What drives you? Where do you want to go next? And who have you got your eyes on for the next matchup? Very focused young man.
Что накипело, ты закрыл поражение, вернулся. И я знаю, что ты очень переживал, что ребята, которые должны были тебя поддержать, которые ехали из Актобе, могли не успеть на твой поединок. Ну и так ты его скоротечно провел.
Ассаламу алейкум, Ақтау. Біріншіден Аллаға шүкір, алхамдулилля, жеңіске жеттім. Енді екіншіден өзімнің барша клубыма, командама рахмет айтам. Енді мен бір ұтылыстан кейін оралдым. Газ вернулся!
Газиз, я думаю, что еще будет очень важно передать эстафету Жалгасу Жумагулову, который отправился в чешскую лигу «Октагон» за вторым титулом. Предоставляю слово тебе.
Бүгін түнде Жалғас ағамыз бен Дастан ағамыз жекпе-жек көрсетеді. Олардан Naiza турнирінде өнер көрсеткен жауынгерлер. Ағаларыма сәттілік, менен эстафета болсын. Жалғас аға, Дастан аға, жеңіс күтем.
Дайте газу, Газиз Аманжолов!
Straight down the pipe, wobbled his opponent, then he came in and then he just locked in again. He's thrown 3 straight down the middle. Those close exchanges in the pocket really just wobbled him. But if I were Aman Shalov, I would be asking the questions. Should I have had my guard higher? Should I have framed it a little bit better? And on that exchange there, you just see him clipped him on the way out, and then simple ground and pound to finish his opponent. Statement finish for the young man, and a lovely pedigree fighter coming through the Naiza ranks.
Show up to this fake shit. So go ahead, go nuts, go ape shit. Especially in my pastel on my babe shit. Act like you can't tell who made this new gospel, homie. Take 6 and take this, haters. That don't kill me, can only make me stronger. Купить дом, уйти семью, но мы же знаем, что мы вывесим весь движ, мы понимаем, что мы обтянем Париж, где я гангстер. Сегодня здесь, завтра там, я не сдамся, я не сдам и не предам мои шрамы. Уже не верят чудесам, знаю, мама верит в меня больше, чем все.
Taking the ring now, Nudalat Omar, 2-0, 28 years of age, at home here in Kazakhstan, 176 centimeters, a pretty decorated record here in MMA and hand-to-hand combat. Tobet team is where he fights out of. For Omar, the question is not whether he can fight, it's whether he can perform when the event starts to feel bigger than the record. If I was in Omar's corner, I'd like to stay sharp, enough to make Gusanov's local comfort feel a little bit jittery. Don't let the taller man jab and reset without the consequence. Turn unbeaten confidence into a tactical claim. Had a good camp coming into this. Always stays ready, always stays fit, as we see on Instagram. But a great fighter, a great athlete, and looking to make a statement here tonight at FNC. Judges just making their final checks there. tucking in the waistband. And here he is. Nudalut Omar, circling the ring, ready for war.
Get my people out them chains, nigga. I mean handcuffs. Time to man up. Put my hands up. Fuck you saying, bruh? Cause I'm a black man in the phantom. Or is it cause my windows tinted? Car cost 300,000 and I blow endo in it. You mad cause your daughter fuck with me on spring break? Well, I'ma fuck her till spring break.
Well, look, if you ask me, a statement walkout song. You can't come out to that and not make noise here tonight. Milan Gusanayov, also a Kazakh, 5-0 record, slightly more decorated, slightly more experienced, comes from a pancreation grappling background, stands slightly taller than his opponent. Let's see if he can make use of that tonight. Jab, reset, close the distance, and keep his opponent at distance. Use his height and his experience to manage the opening chaos, make Omar feel the difference between being undefeated and being under pressure. Win the minutes between big exchanges and you win the fight. He's heard this noise before. It's not glamorous, but it's useful. The veteran does not always need to do more, but sometimes he just knows. He needs to know what he's going to do, when he's going to do it. And that slight edge and experience can control chaos.
I'm about to rumble in the jungle in these new Kanyes. Ale Boombaye, Ale Boombaye. My lawyer threw them gloves on and
Final preps there with his team.
y'all mad at me, folks. My belt got 2 G's on it, her bag got 2 C's on it, my daughter stroller got D's on it.
Ready to enter the cage, Milan Gusanayov.
Come to Compton, you'll see murders. And my ARC murders. That's beef, nigga, no burgers. I'm insane and you sane, nigga, better turn on them burners. Got coke swimming in that glass jar, bitch, go turn on them burners. Got dope to sell in this hotel, no half price, no retail. You a bitch, nigga, no female. I smack niggas, freeware. I'm on the block like D12. I got the white, no D12. Like a little nigga in Africa. I was born telling that K. And that's real shit, no Will Smith and no known the gate. But they yelling, Ale Boombaye, Ale Boombaye. Thank God that nigga seen another day. Ale Boombaye, Ale Boombaye. Got a chopper and a bottle, fucking let him spray. I take my case to trial, hire the dream team. Robbie Kardashian, Johnny Cochran, I seen things. I dream big, I think sharp. Inhale smoke, Hawaiian tree bark.
Сонымен, құрметті ағайындар мен мырзалар, турниріміздің екінші айқасы ең жеңіл салмақта өтеді. Олай болса, спортшыларымызбен таныс болыңыздар. Алаңның көк бұрышында. Оның жасы 28-де, оның бойы 1,67 см, салмағы 56-да 700 келі. Оның кәсіби рекорды 2 жеңіс. Шымкент қаласынан Қазақстанды қарсы алыңыздар. Нұрдәулет Омар! Және оның қарсыласы алаңның қызыл бұрышында. Оның жасы 26-да, оның бойы 1,77 см, салмағы 56-да 700 келі. Кәсіби рекорды 5 жеңіс және 1 жеңіліс. Ақтау қаласы, Қазақстан. Ханымдар мен мырзалар, қарсы алыңыздар. Милан Гусенов! Ортадағы төреші Асылбек Исмағамбетов.
Жауынгерлер, ережені сақтаймыз, мені мұқият тыңдаймыз. Бұрышқа.
A big hug there touch of respect. Always lovely to see and just boast the Naiza promotion. Touch of gloves here and we're underway. Again, Gusanayev standing southpaw there, touching, feeding, bouncing in and out. Just want to find that distance and find that range before he commits. Both fighters look very comfortable here. Gusanayev, the more experienced fighter in the prelim, which is a 5-1 record across Naiza events. He's got a Dagestani heritage. Certainly means a wrestling-centric game plan, but here he looks to stand and exchange and find that distance. But I think that could be a cover-up for a feint and shoot. Omar, the young Kazakh flyweight, carrying a clean 2-fight record on the regional circuit. He's not going to want to taint that tonight here. So he's just tapping away, just trying to find that distance and work each other out here. Gusanayev, the taller fighter, so Omar's going to have to do more coming in, feints, stages, jabs. Both fighters look very focused here though. A nice feint and a shoot. Tries to get him up against the cage and isolate that front leg, but doesn't quite manage. But that's nice work there from Omar. And a beautiful spin there from Gusanayev. Tries to take the back. It'll be interesting to see who wins the scramble here, with both fighters having heavy wrestling backgrounds. Gusanayev trying to put somewhat of an omoplata on here, but can't quite do that. But he's definitely isolated that left arm of Omar. Omar just chipping away, digging in shots, just chipping away where he can, trying to do damage. Tire his fighter out, expose weakness, to hopefully pay off in the later rounds. Bit stagnant here up against the cage. Omar doesn't want to waste too much energy on those shots. Although they can collate and cause damage, they're not fight-ending shots. But he's worked his way here into a sort of a side mount. He's taken back there. Not a good position here for Gusanayev. Gusanayev just tucking his chin in, trying not to expose it. Omar trying to feed that cross chin, cross face in. He's managed to spread his opponent out, roll him. Omar there just raining in elbows. Trying to find that opening to put the rear naked. Very uncomfortable opening round here for Gusanayev. But will his experience hopefully carry him through? Drags his man again down to the cage, raining in punches. And there's the bell. Beautiful opening round there for Omar. The Akhtal crowd responds to the Kazakh fighter. He's creating genuine home atmosphere that benefits fighters like Omar. I think he worked off that energy. There's that lead roundhouse kick from Gusanayev. And a few scrambles here.
You don't wanna break the code, you wanna date the combs. I can take you on outer limits away from home. Where your bills mommy wildin' for show in the middle of the club doing a rodeo show. Feeling steamy, wet, dreamy, invisible sex, clean me. Incredible sex, you need me, ease me, please me, baby. I made it have a little crazy, but in the way that every day you please me.
Second out, sekundantar alan sırtına кезекte ikinci round.
Second round here. Touch of gloves from both flyweights. We've got 3 5-minute rounds. Lovely chopping lead, low kicks there from, and a lovely sweeping head kick there from Gusanayev. He's going to want to work those longer shots and try and keep the range and the distance. With Omar's energy, he just comes in. Will his experience show in these later rounds, or will Omar's energy pull through and finish it? Chopping roundhouse kicks there from Gusanayev. Can imagine his corner said. And a lovely uppercut there from Gusanayev. Dropped his man Omar, and he's wobbled here. A little scramble, but Omar looks comfortable. He shoots, tries to get the takedown, can't quite get it. They're both back to their feet here. But what a shot there from Gusanayev. Really wound it up, and a sweet little uppercut right on the sweet spot, dropped his man Omar. We can confirm that he definitely has a chin, not a glass chin, but he wore that well. Covered it up nicely as well. Came in with the takedown straight off the bat. But we've definitely got ourselves a fight here, ladies and gentlemen. Omar represents the next generation of Central Asian flyweights, being stress tested against some serious opponents. Definitely being stress tested here today. It was a lovely opening round for him, but can he finish up? Tries to go for the shoot. Gusanayev sprawls and just controls his man there. You may say it looks stagnant, but I think both fighters are trying to work out what they can do, how they can enter, how they can exchange, and how they can finish their man. Omar still looks sharp, in and out. Needs to be careful and cover up that chin. Gusanayev is really throwing those high kicks, and they're finding a home, to say the least. He's keeping that chin tucked and keeping that right hand nice and close. A nice exchange there. Looked like he wobbled his man, but straight back to the feet. For a fight from the offset, looked like it was going to be a wrestling, grappling. Has managed to stay to its feet, which is exciting. Both fighters showing whole-rounded, well-rounded. Kusanayev taunting his man there, saying throw that roundhouse kick, lifting his arm up. A bit of flair, a bit of banter. Feints, jabs. In and out of southpaw. In and out of the orthodox. Trying to confuse the fighter, trying to get an off, trying to get a little chink in the armor to come through. A slow round there.
Darlin бұл цифрлық офис кәсіпкерлік үшін барлық қажетті құралдар бір жерде біріктірілген. Тапсырмаларды басқару, құжат айналымы, қаржы және командалық жұмыс барлығы қолжетімді бір жүйеде. Naiza командасы жұмыс процесін жылдам, нақты және артық кедергілерсіз жүргізу үшін Darlinді пайдаланады. Және де барлық Naiza турнирлерін тек Sport Plus телеарнасынан, сондай-ақ Sport Plus Gaz YouTube арнасынан көрсеңіздер болады.
Third and final, a big show of respect from both fighters, and what a performance. Omar brings the clean slate, Kusanayev brings scar tissue, local familiarity, and the advantage of knowing how a Naiza fight weak feels once the lights come on. And we've seen that here tonight. Didn't have such a great first round, but the second round he managed control, managed to drop his man and keep that distance. A lovely shoot there from Omar, dragged his man to the ground and tries to work in mount. But a very comfortable man on the ground, Kusanayev, very relaxed. Omar very active here, in and out, cross face, elbows, little digs, pushing the arms out of the way, trying to find liver, trying to find kidney shots. He's definitely proved he has the tank here tonight. Controlling the face there is Omar, trying to upset his man, trying to disturb, so he can isolate a limb. Still very active, reining in shots here. We can hear the atmosphere there in the background from the crowd. Really geeing his man up, and he spins and he manages to take back there. We saw this in the first round. Omar like a virus, just staying on his man. Just relentless. Hip pressure. Letting shots go disturbing his fighter, scoring points. Slight scramble there. Looks like a standing side mount. Half guard. Gusanayev going to get told off there for using the cage. But again, Omar, like white on rice, stuck to his man, glued to his man. Just jabbing, just chipping. Coming forward, trying to pass guard. Gusanayev, not much he can do here. Apart from shrimp, bridge the hips and try and escape. But again, Omar, relentless pressure, trying to pass guard there, and he manages to do so. Gusanayev just pops a leg out there to half guard. Very covered up. Doesn't want to give up his back, but it looks like he's going to do so. And he does. Omar sprawls his man out. Tries to get an arm in there for a rear naked. But still just letting shots go. Really letting them off here. 40 seconds on the clock. Really letting those shots off. Gusanayev is going to want to answer with something. Very stagnant. Isn't answering with much. The ref may step in, but thundering shots there from Omar. Loading them up. And they're finding a home. Past his guard and just ground and pound, isolated his man's elbows there. And that's the bell. What a performance from both fighters. We thought the experience of Gusanayev might come through there, but Omar, like a virus, like white on rice. Stuck to his man, glued to his man. And for me, looked like he did the job. There, those last shots there. Thundering shots, finding a home. Clearly happy with his performance there. We didn't know if he could carry through all the rounds, but he managed to do so. And he managed to show his tank, which shows he had a good camp. Good sparring partners. There's the stats. 70 plays 10. Ground control 4.5 minutes. I mean, significant difference there. Not a lot of answer from Gusanayev.
Сонымен құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар, төрешілер шешімін хабарламас бұрын тағы да қош жауынгерімізге қошемет көрсетейік, ағайын! 3 раундтың нәтижесі бойынша барлық төрешілер бұл жекпе-жекті 29-28 есебімен бағалады. Сонымен төрешілердің бір ауыз шешіммен жеңіске жеткен алаңның көк бұрышы Нұрдәулет Омар!
Nurdalet Omar successfully owning the night. The newcomer walks into familiar territory and he does the job. A great young prospect for Naiza. Stays unbeaten against the more experienced Naiza fighter. proved himself. I think the atmosphere he created here was wonderful. I could hear the crowd going mad in the background. Questions I'll be asking, how soon do you want to return to the cage? With such a good performance. A little tail of the tape there. Kusanov tried to control distance. Drops his man there with a lovely lead jab. But Omar again straight back to his feet. Tested that chin. There's the stats, outperformed on every level. Tonight here at Naiza, rising prospects, established contenders and world champs.
Орлы летают, октагон всех созывает, и народ весь замирает, будет битва двух мужчин. И народ весь замирает, будет битва двух мужчин. Мы бойцы, мы гладиаторы, в сердце жар, на теле раны. Наша кровь пускай прольется, но наш дух не покорить. Наша кровь пускай прольется, но наш дух не покорить. Потомки воинов чести, честь для нас превыше смерти. В наших жилах кровь пылает, горский дух мы сохраним. В наших жилах кровь пылает, горский дух мы сохраним. Волки воют, орлы летают, октагон всех созывает, и народ весь замирает, будет битва двух мужчин. И народ весь замирает, будет битва двух мужчин. қайда апарады? Сен таңдаған жол соны анықтайды. Егер дұрыс бағытпен жүрсең, сенің өмірің босқа өтпейді. Қарашы, соңғы қадам шешім сәті, барлығы осыған келіп тіреледі. Сен не қалдырасың артында, солған мәселе анық көрсетеді. Бәрі өтеді уақыт сияқты, күндер жоғалады сіз, бірақ сен жасаған әрбір іс қалады бір жерде үнсіз. Сұрақ қарапайым бірақ терең, сен не бердің бұл өмірге? Өзің үшін ғана жүрдің бе, әлі біреуге пайда тигіздің бе? Байлықта қалады артта, атақта ұмытылады бір күні, бірақ әрекетің ғана қалады адамдардың ішінде. Соңғы қадам қайда апарады? Сен таңдаған жол соны анықтайды. Егер дұрыс бағытпен жүрсең, сенің өмірің босқа өтпейді. Қарашы, соңғы қадам шешім сәті, барлығы осыған келіп тіреледі.
An unbeaten record brings confidence. World amateur pedigree brings proof.
Көрсетеді жақсылық жай сөз емес, сол нақты іс арқылы көрінеді. Әділет оңай таңдау емес, бірақ бір жол сол жерде. Кейде оңай жол бар, бірақ ол бос нәтижеге апарады. Ал қиын жол шынайы, сол ғана мән береді. Адам болу атақ емес, бұл жауапкершілік. Таңдау әрбір күнің мүмкіндік, бір нәрсені дұрыс жаса. Соңғы қадам қайда апарады? Сен таңдаған жол соны анықтайды. Егер дұрыс бағытпен жүрсең, сенің өмірің босқа өтпейді. Қарашы, соңғы қадам шешім сәті, барлығы осыған келіп тіреледі. Сен не қалдырасың артында, сол
Jolibayev, Khoseldiev,
таңдау бағыт жол. Соңғы қадам қайда апарады? Сен таңдаған жол соны анықтайды. Егер дұрыс бағытпен
Сонымен құрметті ағайындар мен мырзалар, турниріміздің 3-ші айқасы жеңіл салмақта өтеді. Спортшыларымыз ортада жекпе-жекті бастауға дайын. Ал сіздер дайынсыздар мақта! Олай болса спортшыларымызбен таныс болыңыздар. Алаңның көк бұрышында. Оның жасы 26-да. Оның бойы 1,77 сантиметр, салмағы 70-300 келі. Оның кәсіби рекорды бір жеңіс және бір жеңіліс. Хужанд қаласы Тәжікстаннан қарсы алыңыздар. Рахимжан Сатыбалдиев. Және оның қарсыласа алаңның қызыл бұрышында. Оның жасы 26-да, оның бойы 1,75 сантиметр, салмағы 70-300 келі. Оның кәсіби рекорды 2 жеңіс және 2 жеңіліс. Ақтау қаласы Қазақстан. Ханымдар мен мырзалар, қарсы алыңыздар. Алберген Аманқас. Ортадағы төреші Ақтілеу Әскербайұлы.
Мені мұқият тыңдаймыз. Топтан кейін жұмыс жасамаймыз. Ережені білесіңдер, ережені бұзбаймыз, қол алсамыз. Бұрыштарымызға сәттілік.
Well, a very good evening and welcome to Naiza. Great to have your company here, coming to you live from Aqtau.
And we're into it. Amankos Sotelbediev, a record of 1-0. Sotelbediev and Mankos 2-2. 26 plays 25. Both very decorated fighters coming into this. And an exciting first round. Beautiful exchange there up against the cage. Scramble to the floor. And Mankos takes side control. Immediately pressure. Immediately action, as we promised in Naiza. And Mankos takes full mount immediately, raining down thunder. An exciting first round here from both fighters. Mankos, like white on rice, stuck to his fighter, raining down punches, controlling him. It looks like the ref might step in here.
Oh, it looks like the referee might step in, Will. What an amazing turn of events here for Mankos. He came to the weigh-ins so pumped yesterday.
Right hand there. Like a piston coming down. Sotel Bidiev in a slight spot of trouble here in round one. Stuck to his fighter there, raining down punches, and the ref steps in, and it's all over in the flash of an eye. Mankos, first round, controlled, calm, takes full mount, and doesn't stop.
It was really an amazing event.
Ladies and gents, that is the kind of results that change matchmaking conversations immediately. What a performance from Mankos.
Бұл жекпе-жек бірінші раунд, бірінші минут 53 секундта тоқтатылды. Техникалық нокаутпен жеңіске жеткен алаңның қызыл бұрша Альберген Аманқос.
A fight that demanded answers with a clean statement, and that's exactly what we got here on Naiza 84. Here's the tail of the tape. A steady shot.
Құрметті ағайындар мен мырзалар, естеріңізге сала кетеміз. Naiza жаңа мобайл қолданысы іске қосты. Турнирлер, подкасттар және эксклюзивті контент айына бар болған 200 теңге. Егер сіз Naiza турнирлерін жоғарғы сапада тікелей эфирде көргіңіз келсе, жаугерлер, жаттықтырушылар мен сарапшылар қатысатын подкасттар тыңдағыңыз келсе, біздің қосымшаны App Store және Google Play'ден жүктеп алсаңыз болады. Және серіктесіміз The Sports жеңіске барар жол сапалы жабдықтан бастау алады. Біз өзіміздің ресми серіктесіміз The Sport брендін мақтанышпен таныстырамыз. Және де официальный партнер лиги Naiza компания Huawei.
Well, Mankos broadcast cautionary tale. Do not read 2 and 2 and assume average. Was definitely not average and was definitely a beautiful finish here tonight. Kaldibek in by 2-0, age 29. He's here tonight at Aktau, home ground for the fighter. He's going to want to leverage the home energy without rushing, use straight punches, looping shots, collide skull and hand, make the cleaner, more visible, damaging shots. And if you can, look for a finish here tonight. He's the 2018 Kazakh Pancreation champion, and he comes here with a bare knuckle background as well. So a man to be feared. There's a very big difference between 8-ounce gloves and straight knuckle. And I think that's not to be looked over. Anyone that steps in the cage with no gloves goes man to man. He's definitely a courageous man. Definitely got heart and a chin. Circling the ring here. Kaldibek in Mumbai. Confident, cool, calm, collected, and ready for action.
Тебе нравится мой вайб и мое начало, и поэтому ты мне сказала: забери меня и прикурим Альбара, от твоих духов сердце растаяло. По-любому нам солнца не хватало, ночь покороче, и я с тобой мало знал. Забери меня и прикурим Альбара, от твоих духов сердце растаяло. По-любому нам солнца не хватало, ночь покороче, и я с тобой мало знал. Аккуратненько опьянел. Твои преступные глаза, просто беспредел. Ай, какая мурка, таких, наверное, нету. Хулиганская баллада и револьвер. Вай, даже не мечтай. Тебе меня не обмануть, так что не играй. Я, конечно, кавалер, но не забывай, что могу и нагрубить, я же грубиян дерзкий. Немного мафии, щепотка криминала. С тобой все хотят, но ты так устал. Тебе нравится мой вайб и мое начало, и поэтому ты мне сказала:
Madiyar Kayir, 3-4-1, age 28. He's based in Pavlodar in Kazakhstan. He's an MS in Nomad MMA and Letway and CMS in boxing. Expect to see hands here tonight from both fighters. He's going to want to use that Letway toughness, but not confuse toughness with absorbing clean shots. Target the body, nice and early, slow the opponent down. Protect the lead eyebrow and don't get cut. But expect action here tonight. Welterweight, 3 3-minute rounds. And the first of some heavier fighters here tonight on KS. Naiza. Doing the final preps here before he makes his entrance into the cage.
Сонымен құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар, бұл 3 раундтық тік тұрып жұдырықтасу ережесі бойынша өтетін жекпе-жек. Олай болса спортшыларымызбен таныс болыңыздар. Алаңның көк бұрышында оның жасы 29-да, оның бойы 1,75 см салмағы, 77-де 100 келі, оның кәсіби рекорды 3 жеңіс және 4 жеңіліс. Павлодар қаласы, Қазақстан, қарсы алыңыздар. Мадияр Қаяр! Және оның қарсыласы алаңның қызыл бұрышында, оның жасы 30-да, оның бойы 1,80 см салмағы, 77-де 100 келі, оның кәсіби рекорды 2 жеңіс. Ақтау қаласы, Қазақстан, ханымдар мен мырзалар, қарсы алыңыздар. Қалдыбек Көкжал Иманбай! Ортадағы төреші Асылбек Исмағамбетов.
Жауынгерлер, мені мұқият тыңдаймыз. Ережені сақтаймыз. Бұрышқа.
Ladies and gents, good evening and welcome to Aktau, Kazakhstan, where tonight brings lights from the Highlight Arena. I'm here with the one and only Chris Hoekstra. It's going to be chaos, it's going to be action. Central Asia and possibly the most established contenders and world champs here tonight. Chris, good evening.
A very good evening, Will. Great to have your company. Of course, we've got Imambai and Khair here going toe-to-toe. What an outstanding fight, like you mentioned, in the welterweight division. Madiar Khair, of course, from Kazakhstan, master of sport. Lethway, highly experienced as well. There was a lot of discussion, actually, about this fight, and the discussion was that it was going to be bare knuckle, and of course, both fighters highly experienced in mixed martial arts, but at the end of the day, you got to take the rules as they come. And so far, Imambai plodding his way forward. Looking very good here is Imambai. On the outside, looks for a 1-2. Right cross lands. Referee steps in. Of course, now moving from bare knuckle to actually putting on the 4-ounce gloves. It was a wild old journey this week. Khair, actually a 3-1 underdog, was very interested, being a 2018 Kazakhstan Pankration champion. Plenty of experience and a little bit of a silent type by his own account. He said, coming into this, I'd rather not trash talk. A lot of loudmouths always talking. He said, I'm going to show up and perform. And the action continues. Pressing forward there is Imambai right at the bell. Referee steps in, a thrilling couple of minutes there. Well, if you're just joining us, great to have your company here. Naiza coming to you live from Aktau. Let's take a look at some of the action. We saw all kinds of forward pressure from Iman Bai, and that's what we expected coming in. He was a very experienced mixed martial artist who actually had a penchant for submissions. Over-under in the clinch, ref separating them, of course, under boxing-only rules. Like we said, it could have been MMA, it could have been BKB, it could have been a lot of different things. 47 to 35 strikes. About 15 apiece between the pair. And once again, welcome to Oktau. The beginning of the summer season here as the tourists come from far and wide to what the locals have dubbed the Miami of Central Asia. 10 in MMA tonight, 11 fights overall. Of course, this is the anomaly, and 3 world titles. Heavyweight, light heavyweight, and the strawweight crown. So Iman Bai and Kyer. Kyer with that left way experience, very good in the clinch. Won't be allowed to use it here. Looks to jab on the outside and paw his way forward. Hand fighting is Kyer. Iman Bai very assertive with the jab. Pressure. Iman Bai looks to spin. Literally lots of changes all across fight week in this whole scenario of what the rules would be, where the fighters would go, what the outcomes might be. Iman Bai having a little look-see on the outside, dancing is Kyer, looking for that lateral footwork. Looking to touch pull return is Kyer. Kyer, certainly one of those fighters who has the potential to end this thing any which way it goes, but at the end of the day, you got to be patient, you got to be strategic. Looking to dip his head on the inside. Good coverage with the 3 on the return and the outside hook. Iman Bai stepping forward off the 1-2, controlling this fight, dictating the pace. Goes low to the body, eats one short to the head. Separation from the referee. Will it be a count? It looks like there was contact to the body. Oh, that could have been potentially a point-scoring opportunity here. There wasn't a lot of action necessarily, but there was good contact and good impact there. The referee must have a word, and the word is this fight will go on without a count. Good flurry here in return from Kyer. Drop of the mouthpiece. The tension palpable here. Good clinch work here on the inside. There's excellent contact from Kyer, but he's certainly on a losing proposition right now. It could be a downhill slope. Very difficult to gauge and see what could go down here. Iman Bai with a right hand. The referee checks again. Oh, that was definitely in the knockdown territory, but will it be ruled? No, it won't. And the referee steps in. Seconds to go. There was pressure from Iman Bai. Kyer is still in this fight, but you just get the feeling it could be 2018 for the Kazakh 2018 Pankration champion. Here we go, spinning back fist. Looking to do damage here with good pressure is Kaldibak Iman Bai. Just hard work, he said. Good training, good focus. And the referee keeping a careful eye at all times. Welcoming back Will Jr. Will, what do you make of this?
Well, listen, ladies and gents, we promised action, and we gave you action. What an opening first few rounds for both fighters. And I would say guards higher than a bad driver's insurance quote here, baby. We're locking and loading. We're in the pocket. We're firing. We're shooting. And 41 plays 49 strikes. And very close, very competitive, Chris.
It'll be very interesting to see which way the cookie crumbles here moving forward. Right now, it looks like Imambai, the more confident boxer. Of course, as we mentioned, Will Jr. on the walkouts. There was a lot of discussions about where this fight would go. Both guys mixed martial artists. Both guys actually great submission fighters. Maybe having to fight BKB, and it ends up being 4-ounce gloved boxing. What a wild night.
Yeah, what a wild night indeed. But exciting. And I think it's going to go more than the distance here, Chris, because as I say before, the 8-ounce gloves, it's a massive difference. It is a massive difference. Because when you feel those shots without the gloves, but still they're landing and they're finding homes and they're doing damage.
Imambai plotting forward. Could be search and destroy right now, but it's methodical 2 to 3 punches as we saw. Not a huge gulf between them on the significant strikes, but ultimately finding good contact to the body here is Kyer. Kyer on the back foot, looking to settle here and just try and gauge and line up the distance. But Imambai assertive, bossing this entire encounter. Imambai raises his arms as if to say to the crowd, yeah, I'm still here. But you get the feeling, like we said, in the end of the second, it's a downhill slope so far for the blue corner. Will Jr. Imambai looking very much punch perfect right now and moving his head beautifully.
Yeah, really coming off that center line, asking his opponent, what have you got? Because I'm coming, baby. But Kia, I know, you know, no soft man, a Letway, you know, he's competed in Letway many a time, and that's a tough sport, Chris. That's no joke. But you can see here, both fighters in the pocket, loading up those punches.
Of course, the ode to Leftway, the Burmese full contact sport of literally 8 limbs and headbutts included. But it's at the end of the day, the 4-ounce gloves and the sweet science that is the defining factor as Imambai frames long, shows the signs of battle there on his nose. There's certainly been a good few jabs and a 1-2 landing from Kyer at times here in the 3rd round, as these two veterans of mixed martial arts sprint to the finish line with 45 seconds on the clock. Kyer says, let's go. Imambai surging forward. Oh, what a fight, Will. They both know it's a show.
They know exactly, and they're both saying, what? Let's have it, son. Me and you, man to man here in the cage. 30 seconds here to go on the clock. And I want to see a sprint finish from both fighters. I want both fighters to really go to work here. Imambai looks like he's walking Kyer down, trying to find those shots. And to me, has slightly done more damage and landed more perfect shots than Kyer. But we'll soon find out.
Touch pull return here from Kyer. Imambai stalking, looking to close this. It's been an even round, the most even round so far, but will it be enough for the red corner? That has to be one of the candidates for round of the night here at Naiza. Naiza 84, bringing you the action thick and fast from Octow. Oh, Will, it was fun while it lasted. Talk us through it.
Well, listen, I thought Kyer would successfully own the night and control it a little bit more, but it didn't seem that way. We saw a few shots land, wobble him, and just unsettle him a little bit. But both fighters had some really beautiful exchanges. And Naiza, listen, you promised and you delivered. Probably fight of the night so far, ladies and gents. And there's the stats, 60 plays 57. Imambai maybe done slightly more, but we'll see. Over to the judges.
I knew me and my people was gonna bubble. Came out the gate on the flojo. Back with the shotty was the logo kid. Said my don't dance and fill up my pants and do the rock away. Now lean back, lean back, lean back. Come on. I said my don't dance, we just fill up my pants and do the rock away. Now lean back, lean back, lean back, lean back. Come on.
R to the easy, M to the whiz-eye. My arms stay breezy, the dawn stay fizz-eye. Got a date at 8, I'm in the 740 fizz-eye. And I just bought a bike so I can ride till I die with a matching jacket. About to cop me a mansion in the club, but you know they not dancing. We gangsta and gangsters don't dance with boogies, so never mind how we got in here with burgers and hoodies. Listen, we don't pay admission and the bouncers don't check us, and we walk around the metal detectors, and it really ain't a need for a VIP section in the middle with a dance floor. Reckless check it setting like my necklace started relaxing now. That's what the fuck I call a chain reaction. See, money ain't a thing. We still the same. Flow just changed. Now we about to change the game.
Said my don't dance, we just pull up our pants and do the rock away. Now lean back, lean back, lean back. Come on. I said my don't dance, we just pull up our pants and do the rock away. Now lean back, lean back, lean back, lean back. Come on. Now we living better now, coochie sweater now, and that G4 can fly through any weather now. See, get tight when you're worth some millions. That's why I thought the chinchilla hurt their feelings. You can find your crack it all tight. Out of Vegas front row to all the fights. If Father Born come, then they probably squeal. Cause half the rappers that like Derek for real. If you cross the line, damn right, I'm gonna hurt you. These even made gang signs commercial. Even Lil Bad Wow throwing it up. B2K Crit walking like that's what's up. Can't keep telling me to speak about the rucker. Matter of fact, I don't want to speak about the rucker. Not even Pee Wee Kirkland could imagine this. When didn't have to play to win the championship. Come on, don't dance, just pull up my pants and do the rock away. Now lean back, lean back, lean back. Come on, I said my don't dance, just pull up my pants and do the rock away. Now lean back, lean back, lean back, lean back. Come on.
Let me see you get your hands up. Let me see you put your drinks up.
We in here. We can get the drama poppin', we don't care. It's going down, cause I'm around. 50 Cent, you know how I get down. What up, blood? What up, cuz? What up, blood? What up, gangsta?
And a chance to get the decision. Here we go. Red or blue, which will it be?
Тағы да қош жауынгерімізге қошемет көрсетейік Ақтау! Сонымен 3 раундтың нәтижесі бойынша төрешілер шешімі 2-ге бөлінді. Бірінші төреші 27-де 30 қызыл бұрыш, екінші төреші 29-да 28 көк бұрыш және үшінші төреші 27-де 30. Төрешілер шешімімен жеңіске жеткен алаңның қызыл бұрышы Қалдыбек Иманбай.
In the welterweight division, Kaldibak Imanbay is victorious here. The undefeated mixed martial artist from Aktau in Kazakhstan surged the road to victory here with the crowd behind him all the way. Will Jr. outstanding. Here's the interview.
Қалдыбек, шын жүректен сені жеңісіңмен құттықтаймыз. 3 раундты қандай қас эмоцияларыңмен бөліс.
Ассалаумалейкум, Ақтау. Қошемет. Рахмет. Ақтау қаласы баршаңызға рахмет, қолдап келіп жатқан. Және де матчмейкер Әсет, менеджер Мерейбек, ММА Глобал, рахмет саған, брат. Мына жерде тумалас ата-анам отыр. Барлықтарыңа рахмет, мені қолдап келіп жатқандарыңа. Және де алғыс айтқым келеді. Инбокс, Ақтау, Мир Красов, Ақтаулықтар барлығына советую сояқтан кросс алуға. Чемпион бар. Рахат, Аралхан, брат, сендерге рахмет қолдау көтеріскендеріңе. От души ырзамын жігіттер. Ассалаумалейкум.
Жақта саған кәдімгідей жақсы қолдау беріп жатыр, барабан ұрып. Қолдаушыларыңды айтам, жақта барабан соғып жатыр арнайы сендер үшін.
Ақтау, рахмет. У вас люблю. Жақсы көрем сендерді. Рахмет қолдап келіп жатқандарыңа. Көтеріңдер. Назар әке, қайдасың? $1000 қайда бонус? Енді айта кетейін. Менде вызов бар. Найзада что-то естіп жүрмін. Лучший кулачник, Санжар Тәжиев, анау мынау. Санжар, давай кулачкеде бағымды сынайық, мен осында күтем сені. 77-те еқала. Қарсы болмасаң, давай, мен дайымын мұнда, брат. Ассалаумалейкум.
Санжар Тәжиевқа вызов, шақырту тасталды, достар. Бұл жекпе-жекті көргілерін келсе, қошеметімізді бір көрсетейікші.
Kaldibak Imanbai gassed here in Octal. Naiza 84 rolls on, of course. Plenty of passion and excitement from both camps. Confessions at the press conference, no matter which way it went, the challenge and the changes without complaints. Happy to fight under these rules. Stick with us as we roll through the undercard here. Plenty more coming your way from Octal, Naiza 87. And a chance to take a look at the stats. Of course, Kaldibak Imanbai victorious. Not a lot between the strikes, and certainly the significant strikes actually going to Kair, especially with that third round. But the judges seeing it unanimously at least 2 rounds in favor of the red corner.
Катя черный дыммер, дымми, папа in the building, Микуши мозги мне, у нас тут своя хроника, уличная лирика.
Making his way in the bantamweight division, Atabek Shakirov from Almaty, Kazakhstan. He is a master of sport in pankration and in MMA, of course. The MMA title was awarded at the Open Almaty tournament. Plenty of accolades there. He's a live underdog and has a point to prove. 3-1, a As we said, highly decorated prospect coming in, and at 21, the younger man here, on paper facing a nearly impossible job. The public, the media, the pundits, they've all wrote him off. Just a handful betting on the unbeaten prospect. Of course, across the cage, a heavy favorite. But it's those odds, it's that attitude that could bring him as a young underdog here tonight, and potentially a big upset, Will Jr.
Exactly that. The Uzbek school of fighters at 135 pounds tends to produce technically sound wrestlers who add submission offense from controlling top position. His 3 wins are likely complied and attained through discipline, grinding, victories rather than spectacular finishes.
Certainly looking very, very calm and collected here on the walkout. Of course, the crowd really filling up. It is summer season. It is fight season for Naiza. The action coming thick and fast. And a quick nod to the referee as he makes his way into the cage. Focus at an all-time high, he told us pre-fight. Of course, plenty of great action here at 135. Stacked division in Naiza.
Не жалеешь, братан, что 10 лет? Да нет, что-то потерял, а что-то нашел. В этой жизни самое главное себя не потерять.
However, there are eyes on the second walk here, and that is for very, very good reason. From Semi in Kazakhstan, the 23-year-old is undefeated, and certainly one of the most complete amateur resumes on this entire card. International Master of Sport in MMA, and most importantly, a 3-time GAMA World Champion. The Global Association of Mixed Martial Arts, of course, alongside IMAF, a body that has scouted and cultivated and developed the very best amateurs on the planet before they turn professional. Now we add to that, Pancration World Bronze Medalist, candidate for Master of Sport in boxing, kickboxing, and pancration, a fighter who literally has no obvious holes, and the public knows it, the media said it, like we said, they're literally writing off the blue corner here. And at the press conference, Will Jr., he was calling for a title shot. He said, look, champion, interim champion, doesn't matter who's next, I'm going to take them all out.
Why not? A perfect 4-0 record, and a bit of flair about him, a bit of gangster, you might say. He represents Naiza's development pipeline and one of the most promising prospects with 4 straight wins against progressively tougher components and competition. I would say that the young Kazakh fighter is here to cause trouble.
Well, we love to see that. We love to see fighters who take on progressively more difficult challenges, and that's really the only thing. You know, we mentioned it, Will. Earlier tonight, we got to see some of the younger fighters at 125, 135, of course, 145, 155 being great divisions. And the lighter weight classes also bring power and athleticism, and I think this guy no exception.
No exception at all. And I think Shakirov needs to make respect his first layer of defense. From that, avoid long grappling sequences and control the fight nice and early. As far as the red corner is concerned, the media said it, the pundits have said it. Very promising fighter, coming to cause chaos.
Pro debut in 2023, looking good in 24, 25, undefeated first fight in 2026 for Sagandikov. Tail the tape for this one. He is 23, of course, 4-0. 61.2 right on the limit there at 135 for both. The younger fighter is Shakirov. The shorter fighter by 2 centimeters is Shakirov. Of course, the public making a very, very heavy pick for Sagandikov. Can Shakirov get the upset?
Turnirimizдің 5-ші жекпе-жегі аса жеңіл салмақта өтеді. Олай болса спортшыларымызбен таныс болыңыздар. Алаңның көк бұрышында оның жасы 21-де, оның бойы 1,75 сантиметр, салмағы 61-де 200 келі. Оның кәсіби рекорды 3 жеңіс және 1 жеңілі. Сол Алматы қаласынан Қазақстан қарсы алыңыздар. Атабек Шакиров. Және Және оның қарсыласы алаңның қызыл бұрышында, оның жасы 23-те, оның бойы 1,77 см, салмағы 61,200 келі, оның кәсіби рекорды 4 жеңіс. Семей қаласы, Қазақстан. Ханымдар мен мырзалар, қарсы алыңыздар. Сайран Сағындахан! Ортадағы төреші Ақтілеу Әскербайұлы.
Мені мұқият тыңдаймыз. Топтан кейін жұмыс жасамаймыз. Ережені білесіңдер, ережені бұзбаймыз, қол алсамыз. Бұрыштарымызға сәттілік.
So the first of a scheduled 3. The underdog, as we mentioned in the blue corner, a finisher, a proven finisher, but been out of the game since 2024. Can he get the upset? Of course. High confidence for Sagandikov, the undefeated Uber prospect from semi. Kazakhstan versus Kazakhstan. Sagandikov in the red corner and Shakirov in the blue corner. Shakirov looking busy, looking careful, like you said, Junior. He's got to respect the challenge at hand.
Yeah, definitely that. And as you say, a little bit jittery for me, Chris, there, just as we come into the first round. Sagandikov, you can see a little bit calmer, looking to take better positions. And he does so with half mount.
Closing up the guard here is Shakirov. Sagandikov picking up the easy takedown. It seemed an obvious path to victory, like you said. Well, he can wrestle. He can do everything. I mean, he's literally one of the most decorated fighters with such a complete amateur resume on this entire card, top to bottom, and that's saying something. Of course, that amateur career from 2021 to 24 in MMA. Look at that leg drag, beautiful. Goes for the old bullfighter pass, whipping the legs to one side, skipping to his left, nearly clearing the guard, but well defended from the bottom. Calculated pressure here, standing and passing again. Goes for the same pass attempt. The blueprint is there thus far for Sagandikov. Good upper body control so far. Very methodical and heavy pressure.
Heavy pressure, sticks on his opponent. And as you say, Chris, very decorated. International MS in MMA, 3-time Gamma World Champion. A long background in IMMAF. Thundering those shots in here from the back though. And the ref steps in. And that's a statement finish there for Sagandikov. Didn't look like he was
you couldn't write it. You couldn't write it, Will Jr. The way he came out there, literally past the guard. That was easy as it ever could have been. You prepare for the worst. You hope for the best. And Sagandikov making it look oh so easy. That's 2026 off to a perfect start, Will.
Oh, so easy indeed. And that's textbook stuff, baby. He just came in, he controlled it. Side control, half mount, took the back, and then let those shots off like thunder. What a performance.
Truly sensational, breathtaking stuff. Well, the referee brings them together. The official announcement, everything but elementary.
Put it down for the father of rap. And if your ass get cracked, bitch, shut your trap. Come back, get back.
Super quick.
If you believe in the X, you'll be relieving.
Literally the quickest finish for his entire professional career, of course. A master at going the long game as an amateur. Certainly also had some stunning knee and submission finishes and really wild stuff. Bred to be among the very best. Sagandikov over Shakirov at 135.
Straight off the fucking streets of CPT. King up the beach, you ride to him in your fleet. Whoa, the field rolling on dubs. How you feel? Whoop-de-whoop, nigga, what? Praying Snoop Chronic down in the lag. With Doc in the back, sipping on yak. Clipping the strap, dipping through hoods. Compton, Long Beach, Inglewood. South Central out to the west side. This California love, this California bug. Got a nigga gang of pub. I'm on one, I might bell up in the Century Club. With my jeans on, and my team strong. Get my drink on, and my smoke on. Then go home with something to poke on.
and a chance to take a look at some of the numbers. It was fun while it lasted. All that ground control from Sakandikov literally got the double leg for free. Will, so dominant. Thoughts on that quickly?
Shakira, he's not here to be a part of someone else's highlight reel. That was phenomenal, textbook stuff. And he doesn't just move forward, he gains promotional gravity. And he just proves himself over and over and again.
Бауырларым, Ахмет Байтұрсын ағамыз бізге былай деген. Қазағым, елім, қайқайып белің сынуға тұр таянып. Талауда малың, қамауда жаның, аш көзің боянып. Қанған жоқ бәлиқам, ұйықтайтын бар, не зиқан.
Ergan Joldibayev making the walk here in Aktau at 20 is the youngest fighter. He's an undefeated fighter, and he's known as Ati Rao's gangster. Loves to attack the back, uses his wrestling, feints very, very well on the feet, a technically exciting fighter. And of course, like we said a couple of times here on the broadcast, one of the standouts here to take some next steps at flyweight. We've seen him in previous fights. He listens to his corner. And of course, a master of sport, Jack Pijak, a Naiza product. A lot of heritage here and a lot of local heritage. The crowd are going to love this one. Will Jr., what do you think?
Protect the perfect record, stay disciplined, and don't be reckless. Although he's got the name gangster, you can be gangster and calm. You can let the slow shots, the accurate shots do the talking, and then come in behind it. But Chris, a very, very exciting fight here. Both fight
100%. And certainly a fight that really, in my view, pits him as the underdog. He's against a very, very credentialed international caliber wrestler. So a test of the ceiling, I think the right kind of test. The kind of test that some camps and corners, Junior, at 2-0, they would want to protect their record. I think in this case, it could be a critical lesson and opportunity for development.
Protect the record, exactly. He's the younger fighter, 20 years of age, from Kazakhstan, Kayseri. Stands at 171 centimeters, and as you say, Chris, a master of sport in Jepkejek. So no joke.
Well, we talked about this being a step up for his young life, and pre-fight he said, look, I know a lot of people will count me out, like a few of the other people that have spoken in the media, but at the end of the day, it's a night like this, he said, that will show where my ceiling is at. The opportunity at hand. Ergan Joldibayev. And in the red corner from Tajikistan, the answer, Bejan Koljilayev. Koljilayev, of course, 3-1, an IMF world champion, literally brings pedigree to the nth degree. When you've beaten some of the planet's best unpaid fighters, your foundation in freestyle wrestling, of course, Tajikistan national champion, out of a very quality gym in Penza. This is billed tonight as his return. Credentials in wrestling. And Naiza said, look, we know he went up against the world's top players at amateur. He did it quickly. No talk. Nothing to chance. And we know he's working behind closed doors like any other fighter would, diligently. Told us pre-fight, the battle behind every single piece of great work is that immense series of trials and difficulties. And that's the stuff I live for. That's the stuff that keeps me dedicated, and it's the people around me that have kept me there and honest every day. Junior, this guy doesn't skip a workout. We've seen all the footage.
No, he does not. Title fight experience is a decisive advantage. He has been in the deepest of waters and knows how to navigate adversity. Chris, I'm going to call it here now. Kodjalaev by TKO or decision. Whether you like it or not, that's Junior on the odds.
Well, certainly talking about the advance as well, not only in age and experience, but in weight. He actually went from 53 kilograms up to 57. He said, look, that's permanent here at 125. I'm not going down. I can't make the lower weight anymore. Always amazing to see these fighters, especially coming after a loss, a very emotional loss. Alongside Nurbek Karabala, the CEO of Naiza. We saw him post-fight previously. The comeback story from a fighter who has written his own story almost perfectly thus far. Tail the tape at Naiza 84 flyweight feature contest. 22-year-old Kodjalaev and Jolibaev. Jolibaev is younger. Jolibaev is taller by 2 centimeters. Jolibaev is a massive 4-1 underdog in this fight. Official betting lines.
Мырзалар, бұл 3 раундтық ең жеңіл салмақта өтетін жекпе-жек. Олай болса спортшыларымызбен таныс болыңыздар. Алаңның көк бұрышында. Оның жасы 20-да, оның бойы 1,70 сантиметр, салмағы 56-да 700 келі. Оның кәсіби рекорды 2 жеңіс. Құлсары қаласынан Қазақстанды қарсы алыңыздар. Ерген Жолдыбаев! Және оның қарсыласы алаңның қызыл бұрышында. Оның жасы 22-де, оның бойы 1,68 сантиметр, салмағы 56-да 700 келі. Оның кәсіби рекорды 3 жеңіс және 1 жеңіліс. Нұрек қаласы, Тәжікстан. Қарсы алыңыздар, Бежан Kodjalaev! Ортадағы төреші Асылбек Исмағамбетов.
Жауынгерлер, мені мұқият тыңдаймыз. Және ережені сақтаймыз. Қол алсамыз, бұрышқа.
First round here at 125, Jolibaev and Kodjalaev. Ergan Jolibaev is certainly a fighter on a mission here tonight. Ati Rao's gangster. Will he be able to perform? Kodjalaev, the big comeback fight, an emotional loss previously. Hard work has been put in, he told us. We've not skipped any corners, but this is sport. It'll be a friendly encounter, but it'll be my encounter. Kodjalaev in the red corner with the black trunks, as we mentioned, the white trunks for Jolibaev with the blue tape. Will Jr., you're predicting Kodjalaev quite easily here.
Kodjalaev on a TKO decision. He looks calm, Chris, as he comes in. And as I said before, his guard higher than a bad driver's insurance quote. He's tight. He looks like he wants to make accurate punches and be decisive with his shots.
Good shot on the inside here for the blue corner. Nice come from the top with the whizzer and good control. Dirty boxing with the right hand is Kodjalaev on the separation. Both fighters capable and dangerous at every distance, well-schooled. The game plan should be there. This was originally meant to be the second fight on the card. It's been bumped up, of course, and plenty of fans looking forward to the international, Tajikistan, Kazakhstan. So many great fighters from both countries. Kodjalaev walking forward, eats a jab for his efforts. Fires off a short roundhouse low. Level change from Jolibaev, looking to exploit that double leg, but having difficulty taking him down. You'd expect that given the wrestling credentials.
Exactly that, a very powerful sprawl there. But Jolibaev, I want to see him come behind the jab, Chris, control the distance and use the height, because Kodjalaev looked very accurate in that short little exchange we saw in the pocket. Uppercut, hook, uppercut. Almost American style there, Chris, with the Philly shell. It was really nice work.
Kojaliev plodding forward, moving his head, eating a couple of punches for his efforts. It's Joldibayev who's moving backwards right now, eyes on the prize, sticking and moving, running out of real estate slowly. And there's the definitive shot there from Kojaliev. Head inside on the single, swaps up the grips, looks to go to a double, gets that body lock, and look at that go around. Will Jr., there are gulfs in wrestling.
Indeed, and he tries to take the back there, which is what he does. Looking like he's going to slam his man or drag his man to the ground here and try and get dominant position. But just letting those knees go, dragging, turn, and as I said before, slams his man to the ground. But straight back to his feet is Joldibayev.
Joldibayev trying to get a figure four counter there. What a counter here from Joldibayev. Oh, this would be an upset. He's got the Kimura, and he uses it to get the sweep. What an outstanding play.
What a play there, Chris. The Kimura was on like Donkey Kong, but he managed to slip out, but gained dominant position there. And a nice little exchange there from Joldibayev, and he can really do damage here with 2 minutes left on the round.
That was chaos. Absolute chaos. Joldibayev, a golden opportunity here, just under 2 minutes, trying to grapevine in and sit real heavy on mount. Goes to the S mount, thinks about an attack, but it's scramble city for Kojaliev. Kojaliev gets away. That was a scramble and an exchange.
Exciting stuff there, Chris. But again, Joldibayev is just keeping the distance, keeping calm, and trying to find, you know, a nice exchange.
Overhand right on the outside from Kojaliev. Kojaliev trying to find some magic here with the boxing, but like you said, it's a loose and supple approach from Joldibayev on the back foot, not forcing anything, staying accurate, staying just a little bit aloof there as he pivots away from the fence. Showing the attempts at the spin. You have to love 125. It's one of my favorite weight classes, Will. These guys have power and mobility.
Exactly that, and Kojaliev there just showing us spinning back kick. Nearly clipped him, nearly found a home. But just showing every weapon in the arsenal here of both fighters, really. We've seen good ground game. We've seen great stand-up. And we're seeing Kojaliev stalk his man like a panther, walking him down. But Joldibayev looks calm still, collected. Takes a right hand there. And again, saved by the bell for me there, Chris. Nearly dropped. Took two heavy shots there, rolled up against the cage. And exciting stuff there for Naiza coming into the second round.
Damage, damage, damage. That was really the story of this fight, but it came from the wrestling. Good initiation from Kojaliev, who literally almost took Joldibayev airborne, but confidence, faith, sticking to the plan after eating punches, and he went for that figure four counter. Here we go, like you said in the end. Kojaliev just really, I think, found a way to steal that round. He needed to after a couple of near disasters. Not a lot between them, 27 to 26 on the strikes, a little bit more for Kojaliev. Joldibayev, of course, with that little bit extra ground control time from the mount. I have to say, I thought we might have been in upset territory there with Joldibayev. He had that mount, Will, but at the end of the day, Kojaliev damaging punches to close out that round. We should be set for a barn burner in number 2.
Exactly that. Joldibayev just escaping trouble there and prancing out like a gazelle. But it definitely found a home, and he looks a little bit startled. He looks like a deer in headlights there. A nice touch of respect. And I say this all the time, Chris. I think Naiza, throughout this program, we've seen great sportsmanship from both fighters. Touch of gloves, touch of respect. And it just proves the level of class that Naiza has.
So here we are, 2 of 3. Nice shot there from Joldibayev, staying busy, staying a little bit unpredictable. It's been an excellent game plan. I mean, you really wouldn't look at this pair, Will, and say that he was that much of an underdog. His performance is neck and neck.
Definitely neck and neck, and quite exciting, actually. A little bit of an upset there with the ground game. And he's actually proved himself with his stand-up. Doesn't look quite as sharp, but still managed to keep up and managed to stay with it. But I can just sense Kojaliev looking for those heavier shots now. And the high guard and the boxing background, I think, may pull through here. He looks like he just wants to stand and exchange. Kojaliev just walking his man down.
Kojaliev testing, plodding, boxing, hands and feet working together here as he moves forward, swapping feet, posting beautifully as he backs off. A game of timing and inches. And y'all don't know anything about boxing, they say sometimes, but Kojaliev certainly leading with that left hook, charging different punches, sensing where he'll find opportunities, dancing. It's gone up a notch here from the red corner, Will, with the hands.
Yeah, exactly that. The atmosphere is building, and Kojaliev looking somewhat of a Michael Jackson coming out of that exchange. Letting the feet move. Coming off the center line, swooping in with the hook and then just coming straight down the pipe with the right hand. Seems to be doing the job. He goes to the body. He looks angry. He looks like he just wants to stand in the pocket and rip someone's head off. No attempt at shooting, no attempt at anything else. But he looks very clean with his work. Jolibayev looks slightly tired, and you can see a little bit of damage there on the top of his nose where he caught a few in the exchange. But Kojaliev definitely had a good camp. We saw from his Instagram. He stays fit, he stays ready, and I think he's got the engine.
And it is about cardio and conditioning as Jolibayev continues to back off. Trying to find a Hail Mary, you get the feeling. Certainly is trying to sight up a potential counter. He hasn't been able to get the takedown yet. Kojaliev's takedown defense really has been a stamp of authority here. On the flip side, Jolibayev manages to try and get the turnaround and pummel. It's 50-50 right now. Good separation with the bicep pummel, and Jolibayev needs to get busy here. He had his moments in the first round. Will he be able to turn it again in his favor? Jolibayev digs to the body, outstanding. Again, the boxing, leading with the left hook almost every single time. Could it be more than 1 or 2 punches, though? You get the feeling maybe actually 3 or 4 punch combinations could be the right ticket.
Exactly, yeah. Put the 3-piece on him and let them go.
Light on his toes is Jolibayev. The 20-year-old taking on such a high caliber opponent here. 4-1 underdog territory, has kept this competitive. Of course, the Tajik national champion of wrestling. Rebuilding at Dar team in Almaty in this preparation. On the road to redemption after a loss. Seconds left here, under a minute. Jolibayev seeing what's there. Moving his head, feinting a little bit here. The tension is palpable. Nice kick catch. Opts not to throw a counter. This is now really about patience right now, Will. Where will the first mistake happen? And it's Jolibayev who manages to capitalize with a well-timed takedown. Listen to this crowd. Wild. That could have been a huge opportunity, Will. He missed it, though.
He missed it. That might have been the, you know, the seconds and the minutes and the inches that you were talking about earlier, Chris, that might do the job on the scorecards when the judges come to look.
And that is it. Coming back from a round 1 TKO loss. November 29, 2025. That was the story. It was for the strawweight championship. Bejan Kojaliev kept it tight, he kept it organized, and there was the body work. Stepping in with a hook upstairs, sensing, really charging his punches and evading the counter beautifully. It has been an absolutely game performance from Ergan Jolibayev. There, Jolibayev pops him with a jab. The conditioning is there, the cardio is there, and even the takedown offense defense was there. But he got him down. But what do they say about takedown defense? The second you're behind hits that mat, you got to pop straight back up, and that's what we saw. Kojaliev, well, 4 seconds of ground control. That's really all that resulted from the takedown from Zholdybaev. Kojaliev actually outstriking him as far as the number landed, Will. But the judges are going to look for the meaningful impact, and you probably got to give that here for Zholdybaev. Second place, definitely. First place, Kojaliev. I've got Kojaliev up in this fight, but it's been competitive.
Competitive indeed. Both fighters showing grit. Both fighters coming to the table with answers, coming to the table with something. Kojaliev looks game. And do you know what, Chris? I think he just looks slightly fitter coming into this round. But Zholdybaev is not to be written off. He's very game. He wants it. But Kojaliev, it's not often you see body shots, you see, you know, boxing, standing and trading in MMA, because it's harder to get into the body, get into the pocket and let those shots off without getting caught going in. Like shooting, you don't want to come in naked and get caught on the way in.
And some case for indecision, like you said, that might have actually been a factor here. But at the end of the day, Kojaliev probably is less than 5 minutes away from winning this fight decision. But will it be a decision? It might not be. He clocked him with a right hand. And on the inside, good uppercuts. Hooks and the chase. He's got him on the hook. He's got him on the line. The referee has stepped in. Will he halt this contest? Was there a foul? It could be over. It looks like it's over. It looks like the referee has stepped in with a TKO finish on the feet. Wow, what a play there. And what a comeback for Bezhan Kojaliev.
It could be over. Is it over? It's all over. Chris, you said it. The boxing just kind of outperformed. He stalked his man, and it was a matter of time until he got caught. Beautiful display of boxing. Beautiful display of character, charisma. And what a fight from Zholdybaev.
Zholdybaev for sure, game, motivated, eager, and he was available. Great show of sportsmanship. What an outstanding backwards and forwards fight. Just shows to say they'll all have their opinions. The bookies, the media, the fans, the pundits, the home crowd pressure. Naiza 84, bringing you the heat, baby. And it was a competitive fight, Will. I have to say, thrilling stylistic clash. Once again, full fanboy status. I love flyweight.
Flyweight is wicked. As you said, Chris, it's powerful, it's fast, and it's all good till you get popped in the face. And we kind of saw that here tonight. Word to Mike Tyson.
Here's the announcement. Kojaliev, third round TKO. 4-1.
Техникалық нокаутпен жеңіске жеткен алаңның қызыл бұрышы Bezhan Kojaliev.
When it come to getting paid for my lifestyle, chickens I won, dudes gon' wife that. Then I go expose them and show them this how we live. Hey, mommy know we hold it, cause all of us got a 6-pack. Rockefeller the crew, you know we do it like that. Get imitators, but you ain't quite like that. Put one hand in the air.
Bezhan, поздравляем тебя вообще с возвращением на победную серию. Давай, поделись эмоциями. Как дела вообще?
Ассаламу алейкум, Казахстан. Актау, большое вам спасибо за все, за то, что, Нурбек Агай, спасибо тебе большое, за то, что дали шанс мне выступить здесь. Я очень рад, что сейчас выиграл этот бой. Хочу, можно поблагодарить?
Конечно, но у меня для начала у тебя есть вопрос. Ты подписал контракт с Dart Team. Какие у тебя амбиции дальше? Я знаю, что ты хочешь поблагодарить друзей, тренеров и так далее, но сначала давай ответим на вопросы.
Еще раз хочу поблагодарить Нурбека Агая за то, что связались с Dart Team. Я, сейчас не подписал контракт, но иншалла планирую подписать по-любому это. И еще большое спасибо тренеру Эдуарда Гая за то, что приняли меня, тренировали меня, и команду Dart Team и директора хочу поблагодарить. Очень рад, что они приняли меня и дружили с ним. Очень рад.
Давай о амбициях твоих, что будем делать дальше? С кем хотим встретиться, схлестнуться?
Дальше, ну я только уже поменял вес. Ну посмотрим, иншаллах, пару боев сделаю и посмотрю, если у меня получится, потом какое-нибудь имена хорошее вызову.
А в ростере пока еще никого хотя бы предварительно не рассматривал?
Нет, если честно, нет. Просто себя показал, хотел показать на 57. Ну, вижу, что смогу, по-моему, на 57 дальше конкурировать.
Ну ты же рад, что вернулся на победную серию? Поделись именно этими эмоциями с нами, ну?
Конечно, очень рад. После такой нокаута мне сделали. Должен был возвращаться. Хорошо. По-моему, я показал хороший бой. И хочу поблагодарить своих тренеров, которые сейчас со мной нету. Асана Избурдиеву, Аюбу Дадиеву, Акай Бахтиор, Турсунову и Ашуралиев Шамсулов, которые они, и Артур Ахмедов, всегда они помогают и советы дают. И хочу напомнить, которые пацаны хотели спонсировать меня, и Акаябу, Карго, Осонрас, на связи мы. И тоже забыл тоже, кто сказал. Алаш Спорт. Я надеюсь, получил бонусы. Ты сказал, что если нокаут сделаешь, от меня бонус, по-моему, я заслужил этого.
Молодец, поздравляем тебя еще раз, Бежан. Бежан Ходжалиев, достар.
Извиняюсь, что так много разговариваю.
Bejan Khojaliev turning pre-fight expectation into a result with divisional relevance. The star is back into the cage, and we look forward to seeing him again on Naiza. Taylor the tape there, round and stats, 99 strikes, plays 76. Taylor the tape there, stats, 76, plays 99 on strikes. And a clean performance and straight, outperformance on output really. But Again, stick with us on Naiza. We promised action and we delivered.
Yigit bo'lsang har nafasda ogoh turgin vatandan. Seni sergak ko'rgan g'anim qon tufursin alamdan. Kechkin jondan ammo kechma qasamyoddan qasamdan. Iymon ketmas vatanini ona degan odamdan.
Mard o'g'il bo'l, mardning yuzi el oldida tiniqdir. Nomardlarcha shayton sifat qadri cho'qdek siniqdir.
Zero Jidin Bekmuradov from Tashkent, Uzbekistan. Well, certainly a very experienced professional fighter. And the story is he turned professional as a mixed martial artist without ever thinking about an amateur career. Alash Pride, JSK, UAE Warriors step up in competition time after time. Closing the prelims, of course, this, the feature fight at 145 between two experienced campaigners. Talked about all fight week, about potential challenges to the interim champion, Davlat Mamadov. Plenty of Uzbekistan supporters, he said, would be able to cheer him on in that fight. Whether it happens at home, whether it happens abroad, he said it didn't matter. Underdog here, though, big underdog. And a guy who's got lofty goals on his mind. It's a great fight here to cap out the prelims, Will Jr. on Naiza 84.
A seasoned vet to cap out the prelims indeed. Known as Tarzan, Bekmuradov is a seasoned fighter. He's featured on UAE Warriors. Some may call him a veteran. He's a regular on the Naiza card. And definitely a pressure-based featherweight with combat sports credibility beyond Central Asia. He's faced Clevio Fernandez, a Brazilian who's semi-seasoned, so he's definitely got experience coming into this.
You mentioned some of the fighters he's faced. Of course, that split win over Fernandez, Jinbo Lee, Erzat, Sakabanov. 3-fight run recently. And very, very busy, we might add, actually. Only really going professional in 2022. Fought once, fought twice in 23. And the rest of the experience at 8-2 has been between then and 2026. So a lot to write home about here.
Salsa კალდეებსა უკვდავების სახეზედა არ გავცვლი მე ჩემს სამშობლოს სხვა ქვეყნის სამოთხეზედა სამშობლო როგორც უფალი ერთია ქვეყანაზედა.
Shahzada Mirzaev on the way to the Naiza cage. You get the feeling the tempo could go up a notch with this one. Mirzaev, skilled, dangerous, WFL champion, Kazakhstan MMA champion, multiple-time pancration champion, and a grappling champion. Loves any and all challenges. Loves competing in pure grappling. And a guy who can really drag you into deep water. We've seen it in multiple fights. He wins exchange after exchange, dominates the wrestling, as you would think. And very similarly, in the blue corner, of course, we heard talk about potential title aspirations against the interim champ, Davlat Mamadov. He wants it too. He reckons in a fight or two, maybe even after tonight's title eliminator, he called it, given an impressive performance, and actually, he said, an 8-month layoff. I'm looking after training in the mountains, after lots of homework and studying the opposition. Within a round or two, that's his prediction, Junior. He said it'll be clear. A clear winner, and that's going to be me.
Those mountains are no joke. Shahzada, meaning prince in Urdu, is common in the Uzbek-speaking Central Asian corridor. The prince returns to the cage tonight with an unbeaten record, 4-0 at featherweight. Tells you he has finishing power and dominant decision-winning capacity. Let's see what he can bring to the table tonight at Naiza.
Well, hoping to make history in Naiza, Will Jr. was what he said verbatim at the press conference. And look, maybe even, he said, if I have to step into the main event, I could. Of course, we know that there were some changes with the main event, losing one of the title fights down to 3. But at the end of the day, look, Mirzaev, very, very, very focused. A Naiza product, 57, 66, 71, 76. And tonight, capping out the prelims, Naiza 84 coming to you live from Aktau. Of course, we are building up to the main card. Great to have your company, Mirzaev. 1.32. The bookies have him as the favorite. Bekmuradov, 3.4. So 3-1 underdog territory, and the fans very much 80%, if you will, voting for Mirzaev to take the W. Junior, he said, look, in a round or two, that's the prediction. Ambitious?
Slightly, but gathering by the shape of the man, Chris, and the camp that he looks like he's had, I wouldn't put it past him. He looks lean, he looks ready, and he looks vicious.
So a trio of belts here to come in your future. The featherweight title, of course, falling away. We've got the strawweight crown, the light heavyweight title, and heavyweight. 5 5-minute rounds, 3 championship fights on the main card at Naiza 84. Like we said, beach season, tour season beginning here in May, and a stacked evening capped off by Mirzaev and Bekmuradov. This one here at featherweight. Let's get the announcements. Tail the tape, it's the prelims here at Naiza 84. Featherweight, 145, 65.8 kilograms. 21-year-old Mirzaev is the underdog. 25-year-old Bekmuradov, 4-0, undefeated, 8-2 for Bekmuradov.
Жалғастырамыз турниріміздің 7-ші айқасы 3 раундтық жартылай жеңіл салмақта өтетін жекпе-жек. Олай болса спортшыларымызбен таныс болыңыздар. Алаңның көк бұрышында оның жасы 25-те, оның бойы 1,74 сантиметр, салмағы 65-те 800 келі. Оның кәсіби рекорды 8 жеңіс және 2 жеңіліс. Ташкент қаласы, Өзбекстан, қарсы алыңыздар. Сирочидин Bekmuradov! Қарсыласы алаңның қызыл бұрышында, оның жасы 21-де, оның бойы 1,80 сантиметр, салмағы 65-те 800 келі. Оның кәсіби рекорды 4 жеңіс. Алматы қаласы, Қазақстан, қарсы алыңыздар. Шахзада Mirzaev! Ортадағы төреші Ақтілеу Әскербайұлы.
Мені мұқият тыңдаймыз, топтан кейін жұмыс жасамаймыз. Ережені білесіңдер, ережені бұзбаймыз, қол алсамыз, бұрыштарымызға сәттілік.
Mirzaev in the red corner, Bekmuradov in the blue corner. This one's at 145. Discussions about eyes of a potential title eliminator. Could it be Davlat Mamadov? Could it be Joe Yessi? Could it be what was to be in the main event and not tonight at Naiza 84? At the end of the day, Bekmuradov and Mirzaev. Mirzaev in the black trunks, white trunks for Bekmuradov. 8-2, the more experienced fighter, is the underdog here. Will look to kickbox and wrestle where he can. Big global experience, like you mentioned, Junior, but there is momentum in the corner of Shahzada Mirzaev. Oh, right hand lands there. That was easy momentum. He saw that, and he took the opportunity. First blood for the red corner.
First blood for the red corner indeed. Swinging, swooping, overhand right, just clipped his man. Didn't rock him too much, but he seems to be still active, still moving, bouncing around on the outside of the cage there. Mirzaev looks to hold the center cage there and walk his man down immediately, as the bigger man would.
Well, certainly the taller man, a little bit, actually, 6 centimeters up on height, a little bit more on reach too. Seems to have the leg advantage, looking to spin, forcing his opponent to the left, and of course goes 180 the other direction to try to walk him into the kick, doesn't get it. Mirzaev testing here, Bekmuradov forced to play defense early doors. Potential kick catch there from Bekmuradov. Mirzaev all over him, and he tags him again, Will. He looked like he made contact. There's been a couple of good punches.
He looked like he did indeed, and there's the scramble from Bekmuradov. Looks to tie his man up, I think, with the head's position right on his chest there, control the man.
It's gone chest to chest. Mirzaev looks up to his corner, pummels for the 50-50. Good control with the whizzer on the left. Nice jockeying of position. Tries to get the snap, can't get it. Fishing for a choke. There could be opportunities left and right here. Which way will he go? Mirzaev keeping his eyes wide open, even though it's really a blind spot there in the clinch as he fishes and pummels. Looks to be a little bit stronger, Will.
Definitely a little bit stronger. That tie clinch, and he needs to kind of shell that belly in a little bit because he's letting those knees off. And looks like he's going to take his back here.
Looking to get one hook in, can't quite get it. It's blocked by the cage. Bekmuradov really just full-scale defense here. Well, it's been full-scale offense from Mirzaev. Very, very smooth and calculated from Shahzada Mirzaev, who said within a round, we're going to know which way it goes. And it has been very capable and dominant grappling here that has sealed the deal in his favor. That back is ripe for the taking.
He's got his back here slowly. He's looking to control the head, letting little shots off. Bekmuradov still active on ground here. But Mirzaev looks comfortable. A lot of hip pressure, a lot of control.
Oh, he's going to go for the arm lock. Great counter here. Mirzaev has good bite. He went Japanese style and got the knee into the armpit. A little bit shallow. Disaster averted from Bekmuradov. That was a heck of escape.
Hell of an escape there, Chris. Went in with the armbar. He tried to do it Japanese style. I don't know how well that went. But he's up and he's on his man again. Again, like white on rice, he's not leaving him alone. He's going to attack that back. And as you said, the first round seems to determine how the future fight will go. And it looks like from Mirzaev, he's controlled it. He's looking at options, he's looking at angles, and he's dragged it into a wrestling match.
Very smart moves here. It looked like Bekmuradov went for a ninja choke counter. He couldn't quite get it. Mirzaev just continues to wrestle, continues to keep it tight, play the safe game. There's been, again, multiple attempts at trying to open up with submission sequences. Bekmuradov, certainly a very, very game opponent. We knew he'd be competitive, but at the end of the day, so much stronger and technically supreme is the red corner as he finally gets that back. Will, it's been 3 minutes of trying to get that back, and he finally gets it.
Well deserved. You know, stayed on it, stayed with it, and where it looked inactive, you know, it was actually risk calculation and management, and he had to find the opening, and he's trying to spool his man out here and just crossface. Although that crossface doesn't look like it's doing much, trust me, if you've ever been on a mat yourself, you'll know it's no mean feat.
Potential here to consolidate the position. Couldn't keep both hooks in. Lovely switch of the hips there right at the bell to lock up a body triangle. Mirzaev, as predicted so far, finding the complete approach to MMA, and he's finding success in every dimension.
One late visible moment can change the perception of the entire round. I think Mirzaev stayed on his man. Spinning back kick. Could have found a home, could have done damage, but you can see a lot of weaponry in the arsenal here. It's upstairs, downstairs, jump knee strike. There's the armbar, doesn't quite do it, stays on his man, then takes back. Very controlled, very well-rounded fighter is Mirzaev.
A chance to take a look at some of those numbers. Not a lot of ground control, 1 minute and 21 seconds, and not a great deal of strikes. But look how relaxed he is in the corner, breathing super calmly. Fun fight. We knew it would be a great clash. Two potential contenders here at Naiza 84, looking into the crystal ball to see where they'll be able to take their careers. So 5 more minutes on the clock. Red corner, of course, is Shahzada Mirzaev. Sirojadin Bekmuradov is in the blue corner. Uzbekistan versus Kazakhstan. Clash of kicks here to open with the beginning salvo.
Looks like a Thai style from Mirzaev. High guard, just walking his man down. coming in with those kicks. Like him to start now, hitting those 3 pieces off. But I think the corner said to him, listen, go to work here, son, because you can finish this in the early doors. And the Prince, back in the ring, looking sharp. Bekmurodov, still active though, and tries to swoop in with the right hand. I would want to see him take it to the ground and do some damage on ground from an offensive point of view, because I think he's going to struggle coming in under the guard of Mirzaev.
I agree, Will. It definitely looks like one of those fights where he would do well to get on top, but he's struggled to get on top so far. An opportunity here with double unders, but look at the difference in technique and strength. Mirzaev literally able to throw him off. Goes wheel kick, lands with the back of the calf, nearly skimming over the top of the dome. Mirzaev continues to be very present and very dangerous here in the pocket. Bekmurodov, like you said, is still looking for counters, especially with that lead hook. But at the end of the day, very assertive, calculated performance from Mirzaev. Technically proficient, space aware.
Straight off the top of the dome like a 5-bar freestyle. That nearly took his head off and gave him a trim. The arsenal of Mirzaev is beautiful. I think he's got a lovely stand-up game, but he's also controlled it on the ground. And Bekmurodov, I'd like to see him get a bit more active. And as we said before, Chris, he needs to wrestle from an offensive point of view and get on top of his man and grind his man down, because he looks slightly heavier. But Mirzaev just dominating him there, picking him up, slamming him to the ground, crawling up his body, trying to pass guard. Looks like he's going to get full mount here. But Bekmurodov is holding the neck. Don't know how long he's going to hold.
Might be able to get it, Will. He might be able to get it. It looked like he was able to obviously get that choke linked up, but now he's going basically for a Nelson from the bottom. There could be a potential neck crank here. It's tough to finish. He hasn't quite got the leverage he'd like. Will he be able to get the sweep? You can sweep from this position. You could regard. Butterfly hooks could be good. Oh, it's shut down by Mirzaev. That was uncanny. That was unorthodox, and that was unique.
Shut down indeed. He came in. The Nelson looked, I haven't seen that in a while, Chris, I must be honest, but he could have sweeped and passed guard and maybe swept him onto half guard or half mount, but again, Mirzaev dominant.
It's lively in every sense of the word here, as Mirzaev was nearly caught out of position. Bekmurodov still in this, but he looks to be tired, Will. If there was one thing I'm looking at in this fight, it could be fatigue setting in from the constant pressure of Mirzaev. Fatigue, well, being fired up from Mirzaev is certainly playing into his hand. You can see Bekmurodov just throwing desperate shots there, spinning back fists as he walks off.
Visibly tired. This is where habits take over. He looks a little bit sloppy, he looks a little bit tired. And that's where the decision-making needs to come in from Bekmurodov. He shoots, and that's a lazy shoot for me. He didn't set it up, he didn't fake, it was kind of naked.
Switch attempt here. Bekmurodov trying to stalemate, trying to stall, wait for the play to unfold. Mirzaev knows what's going down here. He's going to stay very heavy over the shoulders and make sure he controls the hips. Avoid any donkey guard, avoid any inversions. And that's classic wrestling right there. Keep your weight, let the position settle for 20 seconds, get your grips, advance up the back. Again, the method to the madness from Mirzaev has been the biggest difference in this fight.
This is where hand fighting becomes scoring groundwork for the next phase of this second round with 10 seconds to go. Last round there, just with the body triangle, straighten him out, going to work. Mirzaev looks very unfazed, if you ask me. Bekmurodov slightly fatigued in the corner. If I was his corner, I would be saying, simplify it now, simplify it. Jab, cross, feint, stay away from the ground, and try and score some points.
They're going on the wheel kick. Mirzaev nearly knocked it straight out of the park. The chase coming back there from the blue corner. Like you said, Will, he is game. Bekmuradov is always in this fight, but he's on the wrong end of the wrestling transitions. He's getting pinned down to the mat. There was the attempt at the ninja choke. Lovely counter there. You could just see Mirzaev sensed it, felt the choke, leaned back and clocked him with the left. Not a lot of strikes landed. Not really a huge amount of ground control, but really I think assertive footwork, takedowns completed, very much in favor of the red corner. This is high stakes, Will. It's high-level technique. But riding the wave of momentum, you get the feeling looks to be the red corner. 2018, would you say, Mirzaev? That's where I've got it.
Yeah, I'd probably go with you on that, Chris. And just on pure feel of the fight, I think Mirzaev looks more comfortable. And in these deeper waters, in these deeper rounds, he's going to be able to let his hands go. He's going to let his decision-making take over. Although he's the younger fighter, he looks very comfortable in the cage tonight.
And not too ambitious. That's the key. Like when you go up into a championship potential title eliminator, you both had talked about going after the champ and the interim champ. You have to make sure you don't go too far. Just enough to do the job for Mirzaev. Mirzaev in the red corner continues to take over and control this cage. Bekmuradov on the outside has shown flashes of brilliance. Will he be able to pull something out here?
And that's what he's going to want to do, but he's going to want to do it not too flashy and not too risky. If you're calling out the Lions, take it easy and just do the job. Before you go into those bigger, higher stake fights, control it, show you what you're about, show your arsenal, and I think that's what he's doing here tonight. Although Bekmuradov still looks pretty fresh, he still looks like he's very much in this, and as we saw from the stats and the tail of the tape, there's not much in it.
Lovely shot here from Bekmuradov. Tries to go inside in the single and turn the corner. Had a couple of different finish options there. Tries to go for the treetop, cracks him down, can't get it. Good shuck there from Mirzaev. Just stifles the takedown, braces, turns him away. Supreme use of the base. Mirzaev is so well schooled. I mean, this is a tough fight. This is not an easy guy he's facing right now, but he's making everything look just that little bit better, and that is so tough. When the competition is good, Will, like you said, keeping the game plan measured, avoiding getting tripped up, avoiding going off the GPS, that's what could crown him the winner here. 3 minutes to go.
Slow is smooth, and smooth is fast. I mean, Mirzaev has just controlled it, and he's done what he needs to do. And I think that Bekmuradov has not taken the opportunities that he's been given, and that's kind of let him down a little bit. But he's very much still in this fight, and he's very much a game fighter.
Couple of testing kicks here from Bekmuradov. A nod for Mirzaev. Both fighters know what's at stake. They know what potential implications this could be for Naiza. What a division here at 145. There's much ado, plenty happening. Not a lot of action, but many, many tests from both. Of course, the World Featherweight Championship, Bergang Jelyesi, Nikolai Samusev was at the top of the event tonight. That was canceled. The official statement. Of course, the champ missed the weight. Jelyesi from Shenzhen in China. Astana, Kazakhstan for Samusev. That's a fight to certainly look forward to in the future. And who will be the featherweight king? Who will move forward to challenge? Davlat Mamadov, of course, lurking in the background. There are many characters. But right now, Mirzaev has to get through Bekmuradov, and Bekmuradov has a chance, 1 minute and 20 seconds worth, to end this definitively. But he's going to need a stoppage right now on my books, Will Jr.
Definitely going to need a stoppage. Bekmuradov, he's firing, but Mirzaev is just like, I'm going to catch that and have this on the way out. So both parties are scoring at the same place, and he's you know, he's planted those seeds, Mirzaev, those feints. He's in and out of southpaw, orthodox, confusing, very confusing, and just relentless pressure. Although it's been slow tactical rounds from both of them, it's not inactivity. He's just calculated and he's just harvesting the seeds from what he planted earlier in the rounds.
Back foot pressure here. Bekmuradov trying to really swing for the fences here as he waltzes backwards, runs out of space. Back to the fence. Mirzaev tests, like you said, but doesn't overstep, and that's the key. Things have got to be made to measure, and if you know the dimensions and you measure twice and cut once, Mirzaev focused. Will it be that race to the finish line that really makes his case to be the next big thing at 145? Bekmuradov swings again, eats a jab for his measures. There's been strong efforts from the blue corner here, but Bekmuradov and Mirzaev go the full 15 minutes. It wasn't a fight that we necessarily thought was going to play out like that, but game plan, game plan, game plan, the right strategy for the red corner. Will Jr., I've got him getting the unanimous nod.
I'm going to give you that one as Chris. A little smile on his face as he came out of the last exchange. I think he knows he's done the job here. But fair dues to Bekmuradov. You know, he came, he gave it his all, and to be fair, on those last few exchanges, he said, you know what, have this on the way out. You may have done me, but you're going to hold something on the way out. And it just wasn't quite enough.
And very much the story of the fight. What could have been, what was, what might have been, what was not. Round stats, probably the most active round. Dead even on the strikes. Actually, edging insignificant strikes was Bekmuradov. But there were the takedowns. The hefty punches landed from the top position with the ground and pound. I still think the red corner is going to get the nod here, but we'll have to wait for the official verdicts. This, the top of the prelims for Naiza 84. Thanks so much for joining us on YouTube and Naiza TV. Naiza TV channels bringing you the very best. Plenty coming your way down the line. Of course, a reality show in July. China looks like potentially. Will we see Bergang Jelyesi? But for now, the winner at 145 here at the top of the prelims. Here's the results.
3 раундтың нәтижесі бойынша төрешілердің бір ауыз шешімімен жеңіске жеткен. Алаңның қызыл бұрышы Шахзада Mirzaev.
Mirzaev has done it. Yes, as predicted. He gets the nod here. And there is a look of frustration, like we said, of what might have been from Bekmuradov. So close so far, but that is the gulf, that is the difference, that is the space that exists between moving forward with a W and walking away with an L. So as we said once more, to everybody watching worldwide, the top of the prelims and a chance for Mirzaev to have a word with Aliono.
Поздравляем тебя с твоей победой, но что-то ты недоволен. Что случилось?
Ассаламу алейкум всем. Не знаю, что-то забился, да-то чуть не пошло. А так, пацан крепкий оказался, если честно. Думал, попроще будет. И вот парень посильнее оказался. И вот получилось так. Я вообще настраивался на 5-раундовый бой. Коля, я не знаю, Коля почему не согласился. Давай, Коля, следующий бой сделаем.
Если мы правильно поняли, ты сейчас сделаешь вызов Николаю Самусеву?
Да, каждый раз, когда я говорил, что пояс хочу, при этом не упоминал его нигде, вообще про него ничего не говорил. И каждый раз он одеяло на себя тянул. И вот время пришло принять этот бой, и ты одеяло снял с себя.
Всем ассаламу алейкум. Хочу прояснить ситуацию. Смотри, утром у меня было 2,5 килограмма, у тебя было 500 грамм. Тебе сказали согнать 500 грамм до 68-500. Ну ты не сделал вес и не ждал меня.
Так, ребята, давайте. Коля, что ты скажешь?
А еще по увиденному бою, я смотрю, ты на 5 раундов готов не был, братуха. Я бы тебя схавал.
Коля, ты принимаешь этот вызов?
Конечно, принимаю. Я все бои принимаю всегда.
Да, по тебе не скажешь, что ты все бои принимаешь.
Что-то горяченькое намечается. Мына екі жауынгердің арасындағы Найзаны көріп тұрсыңдар ма? Найза қайда?
That could be fireworks down the line as Mirzaev tees up potential competition here. Some words were had. Of course, there could be challenges to former contenders, current champions. And that is a story and a saga which will be written in the future here as Naiza bringing you the best and most entertaining MMA from Kazakhstan. Well, thank you once again, the prelims. Like we said, coming up tonight, big championship fights. Mirzaev with the final sign-off.
Хвала Аллаху за такую победу. Я не знаю, за что мне даруют эти победы. Я поблагодарить хотел бы своих родителей, маму, папу. Они сейчас за экраном смотрят, переживают за меня, все мои родные, близкие. Я знаю, что они все за экраном. Спасибо моей команде Дартим, нашему основателю Алидару Балатовичу рахмет большое. Нашим тренерам, моим тренерам Оразагаю, он мне как тренер и как старший брат всегда рядом. Моему главному тренеру Эдуарду Базарову. Сейчас они за экраном смотрят мой бой в Баку. Асу Агай, Алиби Агай, Санжар, они все сейчас за экраном смотрят, болеют за меня. Спасибо вам. И хотел бы поблагодарить своего дядю здесь, который, что бы ни было, он всегда рядом находится, переживает, приезжает. Моему старшему брату Расиму Мирзаеву спасибо. Даниэль также здесь помогает. И Алаш эксперт. Где мой бонус? Нокаута не было, я думаю, красивый бой был зато. Я жду бонуса.
Замечательно. Спасибо тебе большое. Ожидаем твой бой с Николаем. Шахзада Мирзаев, достар.
So Mirzaev victorious here, unanimous decision, a chance to revisit some of the action. That's been your prelims at Naiza 84. Live from Aktau, Kazakhstan, Chris Hoekstra alongside Will Jr. on the call. Great to have your company. We're building up to the main card. Don't go anywhere.
motherfucking Eagle Double G. Snoop Dogg. You know I'm mobbing with the D.R.E.
Yeah. You know who's back up in this motherfucker. So blaze the weed up then. Blaze that shit up, nigga. Yeah. Sup, Snoop?
Top dog, light them all, nigga, burn this shit up. DPGC, my nigga, turn that shit up. CPT, LBC, yeah, we hooking back up. And when they bang this in the club, baby, you got to get up. Thug niggas, drug dealers, yeah, they giving it up. Low life, yo life, boy, we living it up. Taking chances while we dancing in the party for show. Slip my hoe a 44 when she got in the back door. Bitches looking at me strange, but you know I don't care. Step up in this motherfucker just to swing in my hair. Bitch, quit talking, quit walk if you down with the sick. Take a bullet with some dick and take this dope on this jet. Out of town, put it down for the father of rap. And if your ass get cracked, bitch, shut your trap. Come back, get back, that's the part of success. If you believe in the ass, you'll be relieving your stress.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the prelims. We had a chance to take a look at some of the numbers there. Takedowns, actually, for the blue corner. Stuffed by Mirzaev, who actually was very close with significant strikes, but edged out the fight. Championship aspirations. Well, a very good evening and welcome to the Halik Arena on the shore of the Caspian for Naiza FC 84. Coming to you live from Aktau, Kazakhstan. As we mentioned, the beginning of the summer tourist season here, people flocking to the city from far and wide to what the locals have dubbed the Miami of Central Asia. Bustling boardwalks, white sandstone bluffs, and of course a growing summer resort culture that plays host not to 5 fights on the main card tonight, but 4. There was drama. The featherweight title that was meant to be fell away when the champ Bergang Jelyesi missed weight. So this evening we've got a heavyweight title, one at 205, the light heavyweight division, and of course the strawweight crown at the top of the bill. It'll be a trio of belts instead of 4. For myself, Chris Hoekstra, and Will Jr. will be with you on the main card. To everybody watching on Naiza TV, a chance for a short intermission, a short break, as we build up to what should be surefire action. 3 5-rounders, of course, a feature fight of just 3 rounds, makes 4 fights in total. And we'll give you more information on that and all of the ins and outs. We hope you've enjoyed this presentation of the prelims. We'll be back in a jiffy. Stick with us. Naiza FC 84, the main card, is next.
Барбароса Чоршанбиев.
Тимур Акула Серекова.
Галимшан Петер Жаслана.
Сайхан Джебухаев. Мирас Шантафа. Бердібек Сиража.
Қайырлы кеш, қадірменді достар. Егер жаңа ғана қосылған болсаңыз, еске сала кетейік, бұл Ақтау қаласында өтіп жатқан Naiza 84 турнирі. Бірақ турниріміз туралы ақпаратты жеткізбестен бұрын тағы бір маңызды жайтты айта кеткенім дұрыс. Маңғыстау облысы полиция департаментінің есірткі қылмысына қарсы іс-қимыл басқармасы мұна нәрсені ескертуге салады. 26 мамыр мен 26 маусым аралығында елімізде нашақорлыққа қарсы айлық өтуде. Есірткіге жоқ деп айтып, салауатты өмір салтын таңдаңыз. Сонымен біз жалғастырамыз. Әрмен қарай жаңа ғана турниріміздің прелемі өз мәресіне жетті. Ол туралы толығырақ менің әріптесім баяндап береді.
Ну что ж, друзья, как мы и обещали вам, у нас были огненные прилимы, огромное количество конкурентных молодых спортсменов. Мы сейчас увидели рождение многих проспектов из Казахстана, чего стоили только бои Мирзаева против Бекмуродова, Каджалиева против Жолдобаева и Гусейнова против Умара. Мне кажется, что за этими ребятами будущее. И сейчас за моей спиной вы видите пояса Naiza, которые мы разыграем буквально через несколько минут. У нас целых 3 пояса на 4 боя. И сейчас Алена вам расскажет поподробнее о них.
Бірақ олар туралы айтпастан бұрын тағы да бір маңызды ақпарат айта кетейік. Маңғыстау облысы полиция департаменті интернет алаяқты фактілерінің алдын алу мақсатында мұна ескерту жасайды. Күмәнді сілтемелерге өтпеңіз, өзіңізге беймәлім қосымшаларды жүктемеңіз, және бейтаныс нөмірден егер сізге хабарласатын болса, 1414-тен жіберілген SMS коды сұрайтын болса, ешкімге айтпауыңызды өтінеміз. Және менің әріптесімнің сөзіне аздап толықтырулар жасайын. Дәл қазір турниріміздің мейн карды.
Главные бои сегодняшнего турнира Naiza 84 Ақтау.
Дәл солай мейн карты ашатын Тимур Серікұлы және Али Чоршанбиев жеңіл салмақ категориясындағы жауынгерлер. Тимур біздің лигамыздың экс-чемпионы. Енді Али Чоршанбиевқа қаншалықты қарсы төтеп бере алатынын бәріміз бірге тамашалаймыз. Ғалым ТТ Жасланов пен Салауат Қали ауыр салмақ категориясындағы жекпе-жек. Ғалым ТТ Жасланов осы жолы өз мансабын аяқтайды екен. Және де...
Давай посмотрим пояс. Это специальный пояс медиа Батыр тайтл в тяжелом весе.
Дәл солай мына белбеуді біраз жауынгерлер аңсап жүрген еді. Енді осы белбеу кімге бүгін бұйыратынын бірге тамашалаймыз. Және Мирас Шантасов пен Сейхан Джеймуханов жартылай ауыр салмақ категориясының белбеуіне айқаспақ. Мына жаққа қарап отырмын, Мирас Шантасовтың біраз жанкерлері бар сияқты. Солай ма? Мирас Шантасовқа кім жанкер? Қандай тамаша. Үстіп қолдау білдіріп жатқандарыңызға шексіз алғыс айтамыз. Өйткені жауынгерлеріміз бұны естіп тұр, бір марқайып қалады. Және кештің басты жекпе-жегі Миша Бекжан Әбілқасы мен Бердібек Сиражев минималды салмақ категориясындағы тартыс. Бұл Бекжанның алғашқы белбеуін қорғауы. Қаншалықты сәтті өтетін, оны да тамашалаймыз.
И все это прямо сейчас в главном карде турнира Naiza 84 в славном городе Ақтау. Мы начинаем.
Ақтау, дайынсыздар ма? Бастаймыз!
Welcome back to the main card here. This is Naiza 84. Great to have your company. We are coming at you with a lightweight feature contest. From Tajikistan, Ali Chorshanbiev, the elder statesman of this bout, with a better record indeed, coming from Hardcore FC. Certainly a Shark Tank of a promotion, a Taekwondo black belt and red belts, and indeed a Tajikistan Taekwondo champion. Master of sport in the discipline. One of the loudest pre-fight voices on this entire card, saying, look, I'm being paid more than champions in this sport to compete. I'm a big draw. People look at me on social media, and everyone is looking at me in this corner and writing me off far too early. I'm not going to fight for pennies. I want to be paid the big bucks, and I'm going to give a big bucks performance, and the buck stops here tonight. This isn't Pop MMA, he said. Results matter, not the loud words. Fights under the nickname Barbarossa, after the famed Corsair Sea captain, certainly a neat counterpoint to the Shark nickname in the red corner. Trains and lives in Moscow, and this is his third time competing in Kazakhstan here tonight. Argued that this fight deserves to headline. Everyone's going to be watching, he said. We should have been the main event. Forget about the title fights. Bravado, gusto, come forward style, all attack style, and a camp, he said, that was the best in his career. Training alongside fighters like Ali Bagov, among many others. The public are picking him to knock out in this fight. And of course, that Taekwondo dynamic kickboxing could be unusual.
Никому не нужных дорогах мы валим боком, боком. Всегда на уровень выше, но помним, что мы все под Богом. Living la vida loca в этом мире жестоком. Мы истоков, эй. Акулы вышли на...
And in reply, the house favorite. You'll never hear a nickname like him. Timur Akula Serikuli, the Shark, 5-2. Astonishingly, this is his 10th Naiza appearance at the age of just 22. He has literally grown up in this cage, matured. Every one of his professional fights underneath the Naiza banner, a true graduate of the league. Master's level education. Turned down other offers to stay. Of course, in reply to Barbarossa, he said, look, you might think you're big money, but I'm going to show him the real deal. Master of sport in MMA, hand-to-hand combat, and in pancration with a boxing and kickboxing base. He's armed to the teeth. Of course, we mentioned some of the experience under the Gamma ecosystem earlier. He's got that. But look, pre-fight he said Chorshanbiev is a tougher test than his last opponent. ex-champion Mike Linares, for example. I'll have a war, he said, though. I'm happy for that. And if I have to push the gas pedal down and throw the high-octane booster in, I'm ready for it. Looking fast and dangerous in the open workout. Will, it's a great way to start the main card here on Naiza, 84. This is one of those guys that's very dangerous in every dimension, and so too is his opponent, Seri Cooley, making the walk.
Exactly that. The preliminary card has given us prospects, pressure, regional rivalry, and now the main card raises the consequences. From this point on, every result starts to affect the top of the card and the identity of the promotion. We're locked and loaded, we're strapped in with two very, very dangerous men making their way to the cage.
Hinting a move potentially into 170 in the future at 77.1 kilograms, but for now, joking that the Shark might then become the Megalodon. Timur Seri Cooley, your second protagonist. The red corner is inside the Naiza cage. Welcome to Octow, and welcome to the main card for Naiza 84. Let's get these fighters announced. But first, the tail of the tape at 155. The red corner, Seri Cooley, is the younger fighter, the Naiza veteran, 32. Shorshanbiev has talked a big game.
Hanımlar ve mırzalar, Naiza 84 turniri negizgi bölüm. 3 раундтық жеңіл салмақта өтетін жекпе-жек спортшыларымыз ортада жекпе-жекті бастауға дайын. Ал сіздер дайынсыздар ма? Ақтау! Олай болса спортшыларымызбен таныс болыңыздар. Алаңның көк бұрышында. Оның жасы 32-де, оның бойы 1,78 см, салмағы 70-те 300 келі. Оның кәсіби рекорды 7 жеңіс және 1 жеңіліс. Уважаемые дамы и господа, представляющий город Харрок из Таджикистана, поприветствуйте Али Shorshanbiev! Және оның қарсыласы алаңның қызыл бұрышында. Оның жасы 23-те, оның бойы 1,75 см, салмағы 70-те 300 келі. Оның кәсіби рекорды 6 жеңіс және 3 жеңіліс. Семей қаласы, Қазақстан. Ханымдар мен мырзалар, қарсы алыңыздар. Акула Тимур Seri Cooley! Ортадағы төреші Асылбек Исмағамбетов.
Жауынгерлер ортаға. Жауынгерлер, мені мұқият тыңдаймыз. Ережені бұзбаймыз. Қол алсамыз, бұрышқа.
Shorshanbiev in the blue corner, the sea captain, a fighter who can score from a postcode away. Drawn a bigger crowd, earning bigger paychecks than any champions on the circuit, he said, but the talk could be too soon. The bookies, of course, backing the red corner as the favorite, Seri Cooley. The house favorite, as we mentioned, Akula. The Shark, potentially a Megalodon in the future, of course, a blue corner. And white trunks for Shorshanbiev. Red corner and black trunks for Seri Cooley. Seri Cooley forced to defend that takedown. It is confidence in motion so far from Shorshanbiev.
A fast start for Shorshanbiev. Immediate pressure. Looking for a single leg takedown. Doesn't quite find it, but he's up against the cage here. Straight pressure.
Denied from Seri Cooley. Of course, such a credentialed fighter, came through the DAR team. Mentioned the Gama experience. Mentioned the danger that he saw in Shorshanbiev, but of course talked about the fact that he is a fighter on the rise. And what a record setter. Shorshanbiev picked at the ankle. Lovely takedown there from Seri Cooley, who managed to really capture that one almost like it was for free. Shorshanbiev looked back at the ref as if to say, are you going to stand us up yet? Of course, the answer is not quite. Referee looking to let this position play out and let both fighters do work. Potential pass here, Will Jr.
Yeah, nice little pick, but what does Seri Cooley do with the Taekwondo-based opponent at lightweight? Do they stand and trade? Do they go to ground? Both very well-rounded. And he eats that right hand, melts into the canvas, and the right hand again. What a statement finish from Sirikolai.
Oh, that was gorgeous. A huge right hand there from Sirikolai. Akula, the most active Naiza fighter on this card. 10 appearances, 11th career appearance. It doesn't get sweeter than that.
Мырзалар, бұл жекпе-жек. Бірінші раунд, бірінші минут 46 секунд тоқтатылды. Нокаутпен жеңіске жеткен алаңның қызыл бұрышы Акула Тимур Серікұлы.
Shorshampiev still here on the canvas, having to think about what happened, but Sirikolai very, very happy. All smiles with Aliona for a quick interview.
Assalamu alaikum, Ақтау! Қайтадан жеңістің дәмін тату. Бірінші рет дебют жасаған мен бірдей десем қателеспейтін шығармын. Жекпе-жектің алдында көптеген қобалжулар болады, қандай дайындық болса да. Әсіресе осындай алдыңғы сияқты жеңілістерден кейін оралу кішкене қиындау. Бірақ Аллаға сан шүкір, осылай артымдағы командамның арқасында осындай жақсы керемет жеңіске жеттік. Мына жақта өзімнің Дәнеш ағайым, Аян ағайым, Мұхаммедин бар ар жақта. Кімге ешкімге алғыс айтуды ұмытып кетпейін. Барлық командаларыма қамқор, Батыр Тим МЧС, Trim Fights, барлықтарыңызға үлкен рахмет. Fight Club'та қарап отқан Айсып ағай, сіздерге де үлкен рахмет. Және сіздердің қолдауларыңызға да мың алғыс.
Ары қарай не істейміз? Осы жекпе-жекті алдымен өтіп алайын, кейін барып жоспар құрамыз дегенде едің. Не істейміз енді?
Тағы бір-екі алғыс ұмытып кеттім. Досқы жауаптар әулетіне және МЧС'дің шыңғыс министрі сізге үлкен рахмет. Ал енді алдыға келетін болсақ, мен өзім көруім мынандай UFC-дағы Мавсар Евлоев сияқтымын поясқа. Енді мен реваншты күттім сөзсіз, бірақ қазір реваншты қазақ бауырымыз алды өзіміздің Джакс пояс сода бір айда дайындаламыз. Осы уақытқа дейін мен қазақтармен төбелеспеймін деп келдім, және де бір кусок темір үшін былай айтқанша сөздерімнен бас тартатын адам емеспін. Мен Джаксқа айтамын, алттағы Миримен жекпе-жек өтетін кезде пояс аман-есен қорғасында ары қарай БМФ-қа қарай кетсін, сол дұрыс деп ойлаймын. Екеміз төбелескеніміз дұрыс болмас. Ал егер Мири ұтып жатса, хабарласыңдар, номерім бар, әрқашан дайынмын.
Барлық сұрақтарым алдын ала жауап берген сияқтысың. Тимур Серікұлы, достар!
Timur Sirikolai. Joyous scenes here in Ақтау. What a performance. Again, we saw really not only a very competitive fight, but at the end of the day, a definitive fight for Sirikolai. A highlight reel, a showstopper, Will.
Yeah, tonight proved to be a pivotal moment in his career going forward. A test for matchmaking and a statement finish.
And a chance to revisit some of the action here. We'll leave you with it, but both guys were so pumped. So many promises, so many expectations. But it came down to a couple of crisp right hands, like you alluded to, Will Jr., that closed the show in style for the Shark, Timur Sirikolai. And here's the numbers. At the end of the day, not a lot. We've seen it a number of times tonight where the loser actually landed more strikes. But one takedown, a little bit of ground control, 5 significant strikes apiece. Really only 2 of them mattered, and it was 2 right crosses from Timur Sirikolai. Ali Shorshimbiev has to settle for second best tonight. I'm sure he'll be back. Always an entertainer. Looking forward for more from both at 155. You're watching Naiza 84. Of course, this is the main card coming to you live and worldwide on Naiza TV. Great to have your company coming to you from Octow. 3 channels, 3 to play, 3 stories yet unwritten, and that is 3 title fights at heavyweight, strawweight, and light heavyweight.
From the west.
Жағдайым жаман емес, күндерім саған
For the World Heavyweight Championship, the MBT belt, it's up for grabs at 265 pounds, 120.2 kilos. Shalavati Hali from Urumqi in China, 190 centimeters tall. He is the tallest fighter on the entire Naiza card tonight, and it only makes sense that we go up a notch in the poundage. Much to write home about, including his story. A bronze medalist at the Chinese National Freestyle Wrestling Championships, and indeed an international meet. He was the winner of the China's National MMA Tournament back in 2023 and captured the eyes of the matchmaking attention, not only across the Far East, but indeed here in Central Asia. Cue his run coming to Naiza. Cut his teeth in WLF MMA, of course. Wulin Fang, a top Chinese Federation, Black Combat as well, another really strong promotion, now fighting for a belt on his Naiza debut. A rather interesting story, Junior. We don't often see fighters coming into the promotion. Yes, they have a credential, but it's rare you get tipped straight to the top as far as fighting for a world title.
Exactly that, but we make a step into the heavyweight with a 3-3 record. So uncommonly, even for a heavyweight title contention contest, it signals a fighter who's a little bit streaky, but he's capable of dominance, which tonight we'll see. Will we see the cracks in his game plan with the 3 losses, or will we see him dominate his man and put another win on his record?
4.3. Those are the betting lines, 4-1 underdog status. And tonight he fights in the red corner, Galim Jaslanov. Making the walk from Astana, Kazakhstan at 42, undefeated. One of the great sagas of tonight's entire card. Known as Galim TT. That's double T. Undefeated at 3-0, as we mentioned. North of 40 years. What do you want to do in your life? What's your 40-year-old midlife crisis? I want to become a world champion in MMA. More even interesting yet, he is a multi-sport athlete. Kokpar, the thunderous Central Asian game, played on horseback, where riders wrestle a goat carcass across a field at full gallop. That is a support in his grip strength department, a sport which demands so much of the body, a certain fearlessness, and indeed an athlete that can take punishment most of us could not imagine. Before that, he came into Pankration, and of course Naiza fans may remember him, once upon a time, sharing the cage with Dotzik at Naiza 52 many moons ago. Well, tonight, this evening, he said, look, coming into this fight, I'm going to chase the knockout from the moment the referee says go to the very last second of the fight. And when the bookies have him at 1.22 against someone north of 4-1 underdog status, Will Jr., I think vowing to fight to the end is something the press and the fans are expecting too.
Yeah, and you say a fighter that can take a lot, but physically, but also it drains mentally. You know, both of these men, power changes everything. Every exchange carries consequence, and heavyweights operate under different rules. I think tonight here, one clip, one shot can change it all. Both very big boys, and if you ask me, Chris, I would not want to be on the receiving end of a jab nor a right hand from either of these two fighters.
Well, talking about going out, quote, like a mad dog tonight, Jaslanov saying he wants to fight and give something that the fans will remember. I'm built like an artificial heavyweight. He said, I never pick my opponents, but if I have to fight above 205 pounds, I will. Welcome to the heavyweight division and indeed a world title bid. Tail the tape for this one, of course, Galim Jaslanov is the big favorite. He is the older fighter. 100 on the ledger. Let's get the official announcements.
Турниры негізгі бөлім жекпе-жектері жалғасады. Бұл 5 раундтық Найза лигасының арнайы белбеуі үшін талас. Олай болса, үміткерлерімізбен таныс болыңыздар. Алаңның көк бұрышында. Оның жасы 27-де, оның бойы 1.90 см, салмағы 120 келі. Оның кәсіби рекорды 3 жеңіс және 3 жеңіліс. Үрімші қаласы Қытай Халық Республикасынан қарсы алыңыздар. Салауат Қали! Және оның қарсыласы алаңның қызыл бұрышында. Оның жасы 41-де, оның бойы 1.80 см, салмағы 120 келі. Оның кәсіби рекорды 3 жеңіс. Астана қаласы Қазақстан. Ханымдар мен мырзалар, қарсы алыңыздар. Ғалымжан Жасланов! Ортадағы төреші Ақтілеу Әскербайұлы.
Ортаға. Мені мұқият тыңдаймыз. Топтан кейін жұмыс жасамаймыз. Ережені білесіңдер, ережені бұзбаймыз, қол алсамыз. Бұрыштарымызға сәттілік.
Shalavati Hali from Urumqi in China. In the blue corner is 3-3. As we mentioned, a mixed record, but certainly a very high-level wrestler against a guy who's known as a heavy hitter, a multi-sport athlete, Galim Jaslanov from Astana, Kazakhstan. The older fighter comfortably living his dream, he said pre-fight. 5 5-minute rounds, potentially the first of your 3 title fights here at Naiza 84, coming to you live from Aktau in Kazakhstan. The action coming thick and fast. A little bit of a slip there. Of course, Hali in the white trunks, blue corner. Jaslanov in the red, black trunks, red tape. I'm expecting both to headhunt, Will.
Definitely that. Heavyweights, they don't need many openings. They just need the right one. But both fighters look like they're framing, kind of finding distance, getting range. But when those exchanges do come, I think we're going to see fireworks here tonight, Chris.
Going low, going high is Jaslanov. Jaslanov shooting for the double. Typically at this weight class, the first slip up and the first takedown completed can really define a winner. It doesn't take much. It's certainly not a fight we expect to go full 25 minutes, but at the end of the day, Hali and Jaslanov neither able to get the upper hand in the opening 60 seconds by lining up a takedown. Shovel uppercut and a miss from Jaslanov, who digs to the body and looks to throw a little variety into his habits. Hali eats a jab. Hali backs off, looking a little bit less steady on the feet. Ali looks for the 1-2. Good outside slip from Jaslanov. Jaslanov with the crowd behind him here. He's not a hometown fighter, but certainly from Kazakhstan will enjoy some partisan support. Good slip from Hali. Hali, of course, a wrestler. You know, he may look up a takedown from that. The old level change could be on tap, Junior.
Yeah, but we've seen some nice hands. He likes to come behind it with the 1-2, and he looks like he's headhunting Hali. But as he backs out of the exchanges, he keeps his chin a little bit high, which may look like an opening for Jaslanov later in the rounds, or he might be able to find that little slip. But great opening here from both fighters.
Swing and a miss there from Jaslanov. Haymakers coming from the Kazakh fighter. Left hook lands. That's the first solid connection. This crowd knows it. Both proving to have a chin. We've seen it in previous encounters. Jaslanov coming actually off a split decision. That was in boxing at Naiza 52 Junior.
Although not finding a home, I can hear those exchanges from the commentary booth here, Chris. And when they do find a home, someone's hitting the canvas and they're hitting it hard. But it begs the question, how does the height gap change the safe entries for Jaslanov? How will he find his entry, pick his man apart? But he's applying heavy pressure here from the top.
Holly finally getting that takedown, the first consequential takedown. We had kind of and ahhed about what could happen, what the potential possibilities were. But it's Holly who gets that wrestling pedigree. Holly, the swordman, his nickname. Coming into this fight actually off a couple of losses, but some tough competition in WLF, like we mentioned. There's no easy days in that fight. And every single win has been via KO or TKO. The type of fighter who can really open up on the ground and find his ways. And it's like sand and cement mix slowly settling. Once you get a guy down and he starts to feel your weight and the float, that can have a cumulative and exponential effect over time. Good wrestling here so far from the challenger in the blue corner.
Yeah, definitely that. A lot of pressure from the top here. Seems to have found his back there, but Harley kind of needs to isolate something and maybe attack something, but he looks like he's just controlling it here from the top, letting little shots off, under, over. Tight up against the cage, not a lot of room to work with, not a lot to do. So he may just sit on his man here for the last 40 seconds and chip away, score points, and in the later rounds that will prove prevalent.
Not bad for a 4-1 dog. Looks to try to get the back, gets the seatbelt grip, falls to his right, can't quite open up the hooks.
And a nice little scramble there into side mount. Knee on the belly, just controlling his man. Jaslanov kind of needs to do something, kind of needs to move around here, but there's 10 seconds on the round. And he does so himself. He turns, takes his back, slams his man to the ground with a nice little trip. Not enough in the round, I don't think, to do any damage, but good points.
What a turnaround there. The turnaround from Jaslanov was much needed. The swordman getting really some ascendancy with the wrestling. Hey, we said it could be fun. We said we'd be seeing two heavyweights that love a firefight, and at the end of the day, it really came down to some of the wrestling transitions there. Good old wrestler's roll. Jaslanov finding his way back up to the feet, but Holly was certainly no mug on the feet. He ate a couple of jabs, but found some boxing of his own. Will a competitive fight? Not really the great gap that we thought that might exist based upon the assessments of the bookies.
No, very tight indeed. The longer this goes on, the more unusual the heavyweight questions become, and that is lungs, legs, patience and fear management. And I think later into these rounds we're going to see who's got the gas tank and who really wants it. But with the unbeaten record of Jaslanov, he's going to have aggression, he's going to want to defend it.
Intriguing to the max, like you said. Not a great scene there though in the red corner. That looks to be one of fatigue and potentially muscles clenching up, the oxygen debt really not going in the right direction. Round 2 of 5. Holly, confident, I'm sure, of getting the takedown so far. Jaslanov, eager as well to mount further offense and the data point of the successful escape from the bottom. Who's going to demolish? Who's going to spring forward? Who's going to be able to find that big connection that can happen at heavyweight? It can be like a pendulum sometimes in these fights. 5 more minutes and a heavy uppercut lands there to open up with the beginning salvo from Holly. Holly circling. sensing. Jaslanov looks down. Jaslanov looks very fatigued right now. Causing trouble is Holly with the pressure and the footwork, switches up to the midsection. A little bit tentative here on the feet. But like you said, the big old engines don't necessarily have the fuel economy to go a long distance.
Championship opportunities, they're earned. They're never given. And Hali is walking his man down. Jaslanov looks tired, and he eats a right hand there and straight down to the canvas. Hali looks to finish it on top with control.
This might be the upset. Oh, that was a connection. Jaslanov is gassed. He is absolutely exhausted right now and is eating punch after punch. It ain't pretty. It's a blue-collar performance here from the blue corner, but Holly is landing punch after punch. It is one-way traffic. The other lane is totally closed. He goes knee on belly. Oh, what a flurry here from Holly. The referee making an assessment. The referee must step in, and the referee steps in. This championship bout is over, and the belt goes back to China.
The momentum has shifted dramatically. And this is what Naiza promised. Championship fights, championship rounds. Who wanted it more? Now we learn a great deal about each of these persons' character. And tonight, Hali managed to just deliver that slight little better.
And somebody made some money there on the batting lines. Can you imagine that? What a surprise. And look, heavyweight MMA, like you said, can have a surprise factor. It always does. But Jaslanov, despite landing some good punches, despite escaping the wrestling, looked very tired very early. And that might have had to do with the boxing recently, Will. You know, it wasn't MMA last time. And it wasn't an easy fight. And it's been a few years since he's been in the cage in MMA, focusing on other sports. And look, the cage favors wrestlers. If a guy can take you down, if a guy can make you breathe, especially at heavyweight, the pendulum can swing, and it did tonight in Octao.
And that's the thing about MMA. You can be a brilliantly well-rounded boxer, you can be running, you can be skipping, but there's just that level of extra physicality that you have to take it there when you're in the octagon.
Бұл жекпе-жек екінші раунд, бірінші минут 50 секундта тоқтатылды. Техникалық нокаутпен жеңіске жеткен және Найза лигасының арнайы белбеуінің иегері, алаңның көк бұрышы Салауат Қали.
From Urumqi, China, Shavlati Hali is the Naiza champion at heavyweight in the second round here in Octao. Nurbek Karabala, of course, the CEO of Naiza in the center. It was fun while it lasted, and there were high expectations coming into this fight, but only one could emerge in the end. Making a statement, and the MBT, belt around his waist and a chance for some words with the fans in Aliona.
Naiza лигасындағы сенің алғашқы жекпе-жегің, дебютың. Сол дебютта мына белбеуді алып жатырсың. Өз сезіміңмен бөліссең.
Ассаламағалейкум, Қазақстан! Өте қуаныштымын қазір. Осы жекпе-жекке ұрасың ба деді, ұрам дедім, келдім. Жеңдім, енді жеңіс тоқтамайды. Жеңе береміз, аманшылық болса, Алла қолдаса. Барлықтарыңызға рахмет. Найза лигасына рахмет. Көп-көп рахмет.
Енді алғыс сөздеріңді айтып жіберсең, командаңа, саған жанкүйер болған, қолдап жүрген сенің достарыңа дегендей.
Алдымен командама рахмет айтам. Командама көп рахмет айтам. Чунчин Жима маған командасында көп рахмет айтам. Одан кейін Мақсат Жөленға, одан Балғын аға мен мына досым Ердан аға, қайтып еріп келген бауырым Қибратқа көбіне рахмет айтам. Рахмет.
Енді сені қолдап жатқан Қытай еліндегі жанкүйерлеріне бір Қытай тілінде бір ауыз сөз айтып жіберсең.
Мен қытайшам негізі жақсы емеспін, көбіне қазақша сөйлеймін. Сонда да бір-екі ауыз айтайын. 중국의 관심은 원활의 관심, 苏是一个标题，接着继续打， 낙경도다 관주 위중과 정광 셰셰.
Рахмет сізге. Салауат Қали.
Sometimes months of preparation can be decided in seconds, and that's the beauty of the sport, but the brutality also. One opening, one opportunity, one decisive finish.
Ассалаумағалейкум, Ақтау. Біздің ғалым деген біздің ағамыз, досымыз, бауырымыз. Енді мынау поезд МТВ деген, мой братан Тигр деген. Бізді Ақтауда білетін шығар, бізді Ақтөбеде де бәрі біледі. Зига-зага кім екен, мой братан Тигр кім екен. Мынау поезд біздікі бұйырса.
Ал көз түйістіру рәсімін жасап жіберейік. Қолдап жіберейікші ағайын. Ғалым мырза, енді сізбен де бір сөйлесіп алайық. Сөз кезегі өзіңізде.
Ассалаумағалейкум. Ақтау сөйлейтінде шама қамады. Біздің дәурен өткен екен. 42-ге кеппіз. Болмайды екен. Сондықтан мынау менің соңғы жекпе-жегім. Жерге тастады не? Қаншама аға бауырлар, қаншама жанкүйерлер үлкен үміт артты. Жаттығуды жасадық. Шамамыз кемеді. Жастың аты жас екен. Дегенмен де мынау Түркістан облысы Созақ ауданынан келген Сұлтан ағам, інілерім, туған бауырларым, ата-анам қаншама теледиден ар жағында. Марат Ізбасұлы аға, білем сіз қарап отырсыз. Шамамыздың келгені осы болды. Десе де, күрестен жеңілсек те, өмірден жеңілмейік. Рахмет, қолдау көрсеткендеріңізге. Жеңілгеннің сөзі құрсын демекші. Соңғы клетканың ортасына тұрғаннан кейін айтарымызды айтып кетейік. Нұрбек Қарабала, досым, осы лигада бастадық. Осы лигада мансабымызды аяқтайық. Найза лигасының жалпы ұжымына үлкен рахмет. Астана қаласынан келген Батырхан ағам, Щучинск қаласынан келген Жангелді ағам, көптеген аға бауырлар қолдау көрсетіп отыр. Данчик, Клет, сен видеодан қарап отырсың. Брат, өмір осы жеңіс бар жерде жеңіліс бар. 90 ауыз сөздің тобықтай түйіні. Халқым барлықтарыңызға рахмет. Мені жақсы көріп, жаман көріп, датсық деген орыстың аяз атасын қаншама қолдап жүрген хейтерлар бар. Ей, жігіттер, хейтерлар қайтарым. Мен де шамамыз кейін осы. Алена, сендерге рахмет. Бапкермен Нұртас Алимбаев, Азат, Андрюха, менің залым, фитнес-клуб Винекс, Астана. Рахмет барлықтарыңызға. Доктор Лабунес. Аман болыңыздар. Ел аман, жұрт тыныш болсын ағайын.
Jaslanov, emotional scenes here as he leaves his gloves in the center of the Naiza cage. What an incredible story. At 42, soaking in the atmosphere, Kokpar, pankration, boxing, mixed martial arts. The title fight that was never meant to be. Undoubtedly a story, though, with more chapters to be written, but it won't be in mixed martial arts, he says. Taking a final bow to go out like a mad dog was what he wanted, and he had that tonight. What will come next? Galim Jaslanov, the runner-up. However, the champion, Shavlati Hali, came as the wrestler from Urukbi in China. Urumqi, of course, producing many great wrestlers, Chinese National Freestyle Championships, and now a World Mixed Martial Arts Championship in Naiza. Here are the highlights. Well, the first of your title fights, not a lot of stats to look at except for the ground control of 2 minutes and 18 seconds for the new champion, Shalati Holly. Shalati Holly, of course, fell to the victim of a few handful of punches and, in fact, actually 2 takedowns from Jaslanov. But at the end of the day, he got the top control and he got the TKO. This evening's co-main event was not supposed to be a co-main event. It was actually supposed to be the penultimate fight before the co-main and the main. It was meant to be the second world title, the second to 4. But in this case, it's the second to 3, and the first to make the walk at light heavyweight is Saikhan Zhemukayev. From Kazakhstan, he is a master of sport in the Army's hand-to-hand combat system. Indeed, of course, a candidate for Master of Sport in grappling and MMA. This represents a curiously physically perfect match. At 4-1, tall, obviously a serving member of the armed forces, highly schooled in mixed martial arts, competing in the IMAF, carrying the professional record, and indeed sitting as the underdog. At the press conference, his coach was pulled in, and actually, others had turned this fight down. And as his coach said, look, he's a natural, probably better at 185, but going up to 205 on short notice was an opportunity we needed to take. And as a natural middleweight, not having to cut weight gives us some advantages, some tangible advantages. They've come to take the belt home, Will Jr., not to walk away, not to go away empty-handed. And as an amateur who has competed up at 205, coming in on short notice and not having that massive weight cut, having that incredible skill set that I mentioned, it could give him some tangible advantages in what could be a Cinderella story.
Same height, similar combat sport pedigree, title stakes. This is the chess fight among the championship bouts. who manages energy, who adapts, and who is still thinking clearly by minute 18. Do not overspend chasing early authority, and that's what I think. For the blue corner, making his way to the cage. How soon should each corner start thinking about five-round pacing? Which man looks more relaxed between each exchange? Those are the questions I want to be asking, because very similarly matched light heavyweight contenders. Establish the risk and then cause risk yourself. Hit and not get hit. Simply said, harder to do. Making his way to the cage.
Zhemukayev, like you said, the name of the game, hit and not be hit. Coming off a unanimous decision, coming into Naiza to challenge for this title. Debuted at Naiza 55, losing back in 2023. 3 years later, he is back to fight this man. Miras Shantasov, the international master of sport in pankration, the master of sport in hand-to-hand combat. This is his second Naiza appearance, and tonight he's fighting for the belt. There's a lot to say here. He's got mileage, like you said, Will, a similar frame, and an empty throne, a vacant throne. A throne that, in his mind, gave him the appeal to train and push himself harder, further, faster, deeper than he'd ever gone before. Turn heads at the open workouts, I'm telling you, with hand speed and pad work that we hadn't seen before from this contender. He's the favorite, no question. All the bookmakers have really felt that his rhythm, his ability to win that chess match that you alluded to, Will, could wear out the blue corner over time. And my prediction for this fight is that he's going to want to fight at distance and use that frame and that hand speed over the 25 minutes potentially. Although maybe you see it ending under 25. I'd love to hear a prediction.
Gonna go the other way, Chris, and not simply to be a nuisance, but I think going by the bookies before, we've seen some mad swings in tonight at Naiza. We've seen some champions, we've seen some debutantes swing the authority. If I was in Shantasov's corner, I would say use your pancreation experience to blend phases smoothly and transition in and out of exchanges cleanly and dominate the ground.
Well, he certainly has a lot of great skills. We mentioned his professional MMA experience. Shantasov, of course, coming in from Naiza 79, Naiza 80, quick knockouts. Hasn't actually seen the third round as a competitor in any professional fight, and the only fight he ever lost was his 2015 MMA debut. He's flirted with MMA for a while, making it a little bit more consistent in the last year, and that was, of course, coming to Naiza, signing the contract, and marching forwards, focused on the title, a former world professional combat Sambo champ. Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. Very, very capable. Tail the tape, it's the World Light Heavyweight Championship at 205 pounds. The older fighter, Shantasov. The younger fighter, Zhemukayev. Zhemukayev, of course, the underdog, is the more experienced fighter at 4-1, 2-1 for the red corner.
84 турнирі кешіміздің co-main event'і жартылай ауыр салмақтағы Naiza лигасының чемпиондық белбеуіне талас. Олай болса, үміткерлерімізбен таныс болыңыздар. Алаңның көк бұрышында. Оның жасы 31-де, оның бойы 1,89 сантиметр, салмағы 93 келі. Оның кәсіби рекорды 4 жеңіс және 1 жеңіліс. Екібастұз қаласы, Қазақстан. Қарсы алыңыздар, Сайхан Зhemukayev! Және оның қарсыласы алаңның қызыл бұрышында. Оның жасы 34-те, оның бойы 1,89 сантиметр, салмағы 93 келі. Оның кәсіби рекорды 4 жеңіс және 1 жеңіліс. Атырау қаласы, Қазақстан. Қанандар мен мырзалар, қарсы алыңыздар, Miras Shantasov! O'rtadagi töreşi Asılbek Ismag'ambetov.
Jongirlar, meni muqoyat tinglaymiz. Stopdan keyin жұмыс жасамаймыз. Qo'l olsamiz.
The more experienced fighter is Jemukayev in the blue corner. Miras Shantasov, known for being a heavy hitter. He is from Atirau in Kazakhstan. It'll be very interesting to see whether the highly experienced Pankration fighter and world combat sambo champion can perform here against a more experienced mixed martial artist, a guy who came through IMAF, a guy who has a master of sport in the Army's hand-to-hand combat system. Of course, we mentioned the blue tape. That is the white trunks for Jemukayev, testing early with the low kicks. Junior, you thought there might be some advantages on the feet. I'm looking at Shantasov's tape and seeing some great hands, but you think Jemukayev has got the upper?
I like Jemukayev. I think he's good and I think he controls distance well. But the stakes simply do not get any higher than this. One slip, 1 inch, and you could be on the canvas.
Shantasov goes for the dig there, stabbing with that kick with the toes to the midsection. Looks like he had a great warm-up. We've seen Shantasov very tentative and a little bit tense early in fights previously, but right now he's loading up on those punches you could see, waiting to explode against Jemukayev. Look at a shot there from Jemukayev. Faking the takedown, goes low, presses forward, comes upstairs with the hands thereafter. There we go, knee tap attempt. Jemukayev, hands together. Can he get the pickup? Oh, maybe. This would be a great early victory, a moral victory if he could take down Shantasov. Shantasov, of course, world class in the amateur grappling will.
Great counter off the takedown. Shantasov gets on top. And I got to be honest with you, Chris. He went for it, but yeah, he wasn't going to get it. He tried to establish authority nice and early, but Shantasov having none of it. Thrown off, jostled to the ground, and now establishing dominance.
There was a marked difference in the grip strength. You could see Shantasov literally turn the takedown attempt against him into an opportunity of his own, grabbed the ankle there, and did a great job just taking apart any opportunity for Jemukayev. There can be a big old difference between what you want to do and what you can do. And for me, like you said, Jemukayev would have been very smart to stick to a kickboxing-centric approach. Shantasov known for heavy and improving hands, but I think the level of versatility he holds in the grappling is always going to be that little bit better. Catch from the referee about grabbing the fence. Jemukayev in danger of having his base kicked out. Will the Sambo and Pankration champion get back exposure? Yes. Heavy punches coming in. Oh, and then a big old pickup and a takedown. That's high amplitude.
Slam to the ground and morally disturbing, if you ask me, Chris. You know, having been on the mats myself, I know I like to do that, but having it done is not exactly morally boosting. But there we go, we see a nice heel hook and then slipped on top, but can't quite get on top. And I think it's that physicality from Shantasov, just dominating, just bullying those transitions.
Shantasov actually thought about selling the pass and dropping for a straight ankle lock there a couple of times, but it's smart. It was nice to see him abort missile will. He dropped for the leg lock and then actually sat up into the pass. It's classic. Classic bait and switch here from Shantasov. Jemukayev forced to defend, and that's a bad way to give up side control. Oh, he's going to go buggy choke from out of nowhere. That was nuts. I didn't see that coming.
Neither did I, Chris. And you got to give it to him. He's exciting. He's coming here with action and exciting, but can't quite get it. He's controlling that lead arm of Shantasov, but he's going to want to move here. He's going to want to try and transition, shrimp out maybe, and get back into half guard. But he's giving his back up there slightly, and that's not a position you want to be in. He's being brutalized here, but on those transitions, as I said before, Chris, it's in and out of the transitions that he's going to get clipped, is Shantasov. And that's where the damage is going to be done.
Jemukayev trying to capitalize here. Shantasov smiles at the camera. Literally got up off that grappling exchange as if to say, I am in my element, and no one can match me. Well, Dyson out in a blender here. Blue and red corner up at close quarters, up against the fence. Good head pressure from Jemukayev, but Shantasov, you get the impression, could just do this all day. Jemukayev has a little look, waits, doesn't pull the trigger. If someone's using more energy, it feels like that's going to be Jemukayev, because Shantasov, you know those grapplers will, the way they train, the caliber at which he's trained, he could do this for 5 rounds, no problemo. Talk me through the action.
Nice exchanges here, nice transitions. A lot of wrestling, excellent chain wrestling. One attack leading immediately into another. Persistence can just be as important as explosiveness. And as you said, we see him set it up, we see him bait it, and then we see him take a more, controlling position and a tighter position to actually finish. But great patience from both fighters. But we're in an exciting fight here, Chris, a very exciting fight, and that's why Naiza brings the action every time.
Chance to take a look at some of the numbers. It was 2 minutes and 8 seconds of ground control, 5 more strikes for the blue corner. Could there be recovery, though, for Jemukayev, who looks absolutely exhausted getting up off his knees? If a picture was worth 1,000 words, it was Shantasov popping up to his feet and Jemukayev barely getting back up. 2 of a scheduled 5. 5 more minutes on the clock. Co-main event here. Naiza 84. What a wonderful evening of action it's been. Of course, prelims were stacked. We saw new contenders, familiar rivalries, future matchups. It all came together. There was twists and turns and stories every which way. And in the shadow of a canceled main event this evening sits this co-main. Shantasov breathing, backing up, probably looking for another takedown. I felt like, Will, that was his biggest opportunity in the last round. Maybe the path of least resistance. Get that TD.
Definitely, but great takedown defense from Jemukayev. And again, he kind of just pops up, smiles at the camera and says, listen, let's have it. I'm in my element here. And you can see that in his exchange here. He goes to the body, goes to the head, in the pocket. He wants to bring action. He wants to upset here and wants to give the fans what they want.
Well, both had certainly talked about a cracker here for the title. But sometimes you want to be the poker player and not show the hand, and that's, for me, I think, where Shantasov has really gotten the takedowns. Oh, he eats a 1-2, though. Forget about that. Oh, and then a counter right. Jemukayev walked flush into that right hand. Shantasov says, no, nothing for free. You're going to have to take that with you when you go. 1-2 coming forward here from Jemukayev. Jemukayev looking to weave the boxing in. Could we have a turnaround? Shantasov, competitive. But it ain't completely for free here.
Shantasov, oh, lovely takedown there from Jemukayev. I'm bringing the heat. I said chess, but Chris, this is looking like checkers. It's 1 for 1, it's 2 for 2, and then we're back on the ground here, wrestling for position and wrestling for dominance.
And look at this. For the first time, Shantasov is put on his back in this fight. Looks up, pinned nearly in crucifix. Oh, the forearm pressure. Deeply uncomfortable. Good posture here from Jemukayev. Jemukayev just sitting in the top half. Looks to set up an arm triangle. Can he pass off that? What an upset this would be of all the potential results from the bookies, of everything we saw, of all the betting lines. Jemukayev via submission here. He's waltzing into that arm triangle, Will.
Indeed he is. And he looks like he's got pressure on, but I don't think so. He's going to have to keep moving. He wants to stay active here and try and get the finish. But if you ask me, Chris, Shantasov looked very, very tired coming into that second round. He doesn't look like he's got a lot of energy. He's trying to crank that triangle on, but I'm not sure he can quite get it.
Trying to walk the clock. You got to sink your chest low. Now, they call this the wrestler's delight. You can finish it from mount. You could stay in a top control. But if I were him, I would have skipped off and really sunk low and walked the clock on that. Oh, he gives it up. Shantasov is forced to relieve the pressure of the submission attempt. Zhemukayev. He was close, Will. So close, but so far. But like you said, maybe the damage is the right term. What a turnaround this has been. Incredible fight. It didn't look close in the first round. He is coming back here in the second.
He looks like he wants to make a statement here, Chris. And damage is the word indeed. If I were him, I'll be looking to rain punches from above, like thunder and rain. Nice control here from Zhemukayev, just slowly causing damage and letting those shots off. The ref looked like he stepped in there. He needs to answer here, Shantasov. You can hear the crowd going crazy in the background, geeing him on, giving him some energy to feed off, but it's not a position that I would want to be in.
Zhemukayev, what an underdog story this would be. Coaches in his gym, paid the dues, trained, waited, dealt with failed matches, dealt with failed opportunities in the first frame. He's going to go for the head and arm choke again. The finishing mechanics are there, but he just got to get lower to the mat. I mean, it's one of those things, sometimes you can get a tap on a guy by putting downward pressure, Will. But for me, the excitement and the adrenaline of the moment have really given up to some poor technique. But maybe you don't need the technique. Maybe you just need to punch the face. Exactly. And what Zhemukayev. Oh, Will. It's just a surprising turnaround here, and this crowd knows it too.
So surprising, and as I say, he wants to cause violence here, Chris. He tries it, and you say get the chest to ground, but his belly was very high as well, and just couldn't quite get the choke on.
Madness. This was not the fight anybody expected. I don't think it's the fight at all Shantasov expected. Well, Zhemukayev came into Naiza after a loss many years ago, did not make the right impression, and just look at these connections. Great forward pressure. The heat in the hands, excuse me, all in unison. It wasn't great technique there. He ate a short right on the counter. He certainly took some damage, but look, blood, guts, thunder, stick-withedness, doggedness, determination, every bit of it. You can't teach that, Will. There's a lot of things you can teach in the training room, and this guy's a coach, like I said. He takes the kids' classes in the gym. He works around his competitive career. He's obviously been a serving member as well in the forces. There's one thing you just can't teach, and that is heart. Take a look at some of the numbers there. And looking at the corners, it's a very different story.
And a big turnaround coming into the third round here. Touch of gloves and a show of respect. What beautiful sportsmanship from both athletes. You can see the damage, though, on Shantasov's face. He looks tired. He's been hurt. Can Zhemukayev pull through and finish the fight? Or will the tables turn and we'll see a finish from the red corner?
So into the fourth round we go, into the championship rounds. Zhemukayev, Shantasov continue to show the signs of battle in a test of wills and skills. And it could be about what's done, what's not done at the same time, where energy is conserved. It ain't got to be picture perfect. It seems Zhemukayev has really busted open the floodgates, Will. He's dug deep, pulled back from the brink of defeat in the first round. And Shantasov is wondering, how on earth did I ever end up here?
It's going to be a battle of patience as much as skill from Zhemukayev. I think if he's patient, if he can stalk his man, if he can land those shots like that leading left hand, we're going to see a great finish from him tonight. But again, you just see the dominance and the physicality from Shantasov to just take his man to the ground, bully him to the ground, and then take side control. He passed his guard. For me, into full mount, way too easy there, Chris. That's lazy, if you ask me, from Zhumakayev.
I agree. Both guys have just clamped on and not let go. Neither looking to relinquish any position. Of course, we had a change there on the graphics. It is the third round. I would have said it was the third round. I didn't think it was the championship round, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what round it is, as Shantasov looks to try to get the grappling going. But then again, you talked about being lazy. He was caught out there. And Zhumakayev gets out of jail. Neither seemingly able to hold a dominant grappling position. Zhumakayev, midway point of the round, looking to solve problems again from full mount.
Neither athlete is willing to surrender position. It doesn't look dramatic, but there's a lot of work being done. There's a lot of expenditure on energy. But for me, I gotta love Zhumakayev. You know, I called him lazy, and he then returned with a beautiful sweep back, and now he's in full mount, fighting for his man's head, pushing it down, trying to flatten his man out, trying to find an opening.
Tried to make this cage feel small. For me, the operative word really needs to be damage right now. I think the submission attempts were interesting, but one good flurry of punches, given what the referee has seen so far, could edge towards a stoppage territory at the end of the day, though. You got to lead with the right tools. Zhumakayev, again, just short elbows, switches his hips, stays dominant in mount, trying to control one arm and pin and work the ground and pound on the other. And he looks to the referee to say, how many more? How many more unanswered punches? How little of an ability to improve the position? This is stoppage territory for the referee. He's thinking once, he's thinking twice, and the referee steps in. Zhumakayev steals the show here at Naiza 84. The result we did not see coming. The underdog pulls it off. Octal, the co-main event. What a surprise.
Ooh, what a grueling finish for the blue corner. And if you want tips, Chris, I said it. If you want tips, hit me up, baby, because I said it from the off. He looked powerful, he looked clean, and he did the job here tonight. And you've got to hand it to the man. Both great fighters. Both put it all on the line here tonight. But Zhumakayev just one up.
Dexterity, flexibility, shrugging off exhaustion, and a shake of the head. This has been the story of Naiza 84. The favorites sitting there at the end of either a stoppage or a decision, shaking their heads and saying, I cannot believe how this went. That is the beauty of sport, and that is the beauty of Naiza MMA.
And the bookies are trembling in their seat. I'm telling you, Chris, if you want the judgment, if you want a couple of odds, hit me up. But in all seriousness, a great performance from both athletes and a great show of sportsmanship. It's good to see both athletes back on their feet.
Absolute chaos, literally chaos. But like you said, to handicap a fight, how do you do it? How do you go in and write off the potential of the human spirit and that energy to cut through odds, to cut through skills, to cut through records? Poetry in motion. Will Jr., that's a championship fight. That's the kind of story that you write on your own terms that nobody forgets. Well, a chance to sit here and enjoy as both fighters fall into an embrace with their corners. And we can only sit here and shake our heads and nod them at the same time. That's well done. And a chance here to then take a look at the announcements. The co-main event at Naiza 84 is official, in the books. The underdog, Zhumakayev, the blue corner. The man who never won a fight in Naiza wins this world title. And here's the official verdict.
Сонымен, құрметті қанандар мен мырзалар, бұл жекпе-жек 3-ші раунд, 3-ші минут 47-ші секундта тоқтатылды. Техникалық нокаутпен жеңіске жеткен және Naiza лигасы жартылай ауыр салмақ жаңа чемпионы Сайхан Zhumakayev!
Zhemukaev, Naiza, 84, world title. Co-main event. We said it, and we'll say it again. Here's a chance for him to enjoy his championship, his World Light Heavyweight Championship with Alyona.
Рискнул и стал чемпионом. Давай, делись своими эмоциями.
Сейчас выдохну. Октав, ассаламу алейкум. Кто пришел поболеть? Я у вас в городе впервой. Что хочу сказать? Я на конференции говорил еще. Половина, 99% никто меня не верил. Но вот этот 1%, он сыграл свою роль. Хочу поблагодарить Лигу Найзу, что предоставили мне такую возможность на коротком уведомлении. Моему сопернику Мирасу. Он больше рисковал, чем я. И моему тренеру Диасу Ерингаипову, который поверил в меня и принял этот бой. Моему тренеру, брату Ярасылу, Ансаган, Артур, Мурат Ахи, брат мой, Диас Агай, Мади, брат, всем рахмет. Еще что хочу сказать, моей семье за то, что терпят все мои вот эти перелеты, передвижения. Моей маме самой любимой. И самому маленькому поселку, село Родниковский, откуда я родом. Пацаны, мы можем вот так же тоже сиять в лучших лигах. Рахмет. А, еще один забыл. У меня есть друг, он меня всегда просит привет передать ему. Нурик Машкенов, рахмете.
Очень красиво сказал.
Моему брату, старшему Расулу Хатаеву, который все эти 8 дней подсказывал мне, как, что работать. Брат, твой план удался. Пояс на мне. Альхамдулилля.
Тағы да бір рет сені құттықтаймыз. Қошеметімізді көрсетейікші жеңімпазға. Жаңа, су жаңа чемпионға. Және де, достар, біздің алдымызда қазір тағы бір ағамызға сөз бергіміз келіп жатыр. Жалпы қазақстандық спортының жанашыры. Сізге сөз кезегі.
Қайырлы кеш, құрметті ақтаулықтар. Өзімнің шәкірттеріме, Нұрбекке, қасындағы Мулыков Нұрбек, мына жерде Азамат отыр, Амантай, бәріңізге үлкен рахмет осындай Найзаны ұйымдастырып атқандарың үшін. Біздің халқымыз осында келіп, демалысын осылай жақсы өткізіп атқанына алғысымды айтқым келеді. Бәріңізге жеңісіңіз құтты болсын. Бүгінгі мына жаңағы жекпе-жек өте мықты болды деп сенаймын. Құтты болсын бәріңізге.
Рахмет, ағай.
So a chance for words there. Zhemukaev and new World Light Heavyweight Champion in Naiza.
Я спортсмен, говорю, я завтра выйду, буду выступать, говорю, вы еще будете мне звонить, поздравлять меня будете, говорю.
Итак, у нас новый чемпион в легком весе NFC Казахстан.
Неспроста Эльдара Кудайбергенова называют казахстанским мотиватором.
Когда там находился и думал, наверное, неужели я сейчас вот здесь рожден, да вот здесь сдохнуть, да? И вот сейчас ты живешь, братан. Дай Бог тебе здоровья.
Көкпар, джиу-джитсу, батырбол, футбол. Бұның барлығына уақыт тағайындабасың?
Я уақыт енді желание болса уақыт табылады ғой негізі. Перед каждым своим боем я спокойно сплю, я не волнуюсь. Почему? Потому что я свою работу уже сделал, и как бы я, Не то, что уверен был, просто я был спокоен, потому что это, как говорится, ну, то, что от меня требовалось, я сделал, а сейчас уже все уже предопределено, просто надо выйти свою работу, сделать и все.
Побеждает в номинации «Боец года».
Кем бы человек ни был, пусть он будет, там, я не знаю, там, чемпионом, пусть он будет суперзвездой, пусть он будет миллионером, кем бы ни был, надо оставаться человеком. И всегда надо знать, кто ты и откуда ты вышел, вообще с чего ты начинал.
Эльдар мырза, өзіңіз түсінгендей, даңқ алаңына кіріп отырсыз. Бұл үлкен құрмет. Бұл спортқа деген жанашырлығыңыз үшін, спортқа қосқан елеулі үлесіңіз үшін бүгін міне даңқ алаңындасыз.
Ассалаумағалейкум, Маңғыстау, Ақтау. Манағы ролик ол тектен-тек көрсетілген жоқ. Мына Эльдар бауырымызды білесіңдер. Осыдан 5-6 жыл бұрын түрмеден шығып, өзінің арманын қуалап, жаман нәрселерге басын бұрмай, спорттың жолын қуалап, чемпион атанған Найзан. Содан бері, мына қанша жыл өтті, осы ел, және де өзінің отбасы, және жастарға көптеген үлесін қосып, жұмысын жасап жатыр. Біраз жас балдар осының үлгі ретінде көріп, артынан ерген көптеген жас балдар бар. Сол үшін бізде Найзада даңқ алаңы деген бар. Бүгінгі таңда тек қана ол жерде 6 адам, Эльдармен 7 адам болып жатыр. Ол жерге не деген мықты адамдар кіріп жатыр. Жақында ғана Жұман Жұмабеков, міне, бүгінгі таңда Найза даңқ алаңына Эльдар Құдайбергенов кірген болатын. Эльдар, саған сөз.
Ассалаумағалейкум, қазақ елі, ақтаулықтар, спорт сүйер қауым. Біріншіден, Нұрбек, Алла разы болсын, брат. Шыны керек, вообще неожиданно было. Честно, не ожидал. Думал, может, когда-то, но не сегодня. Сол үшін дайындалған жоқпын, айтатын сөзім де жоқ. Енді осы Найзаның мүшесі, осы дала алаңына кіргеніме зал слава дейді орысша. Өте қуаныштымын. Сол енді не айтайын басқа? Бәріне жұғысты болсын. Осы жақсы турнир өтіп жатыр. Чемпиондар көп болсын. Өз еліміз өсіп, өркейіп, осындай промоушендар көбейіп, Найза енді бір әлемге танымал ғой. Енді UFC-дің деңгейіне жетсін деп сенеміз енді. Сол бәріне Алла разы болсын, рахмет. Бұл тек қана менің ғана еңбегім емес, менің ғана жетістігім емес, менің ойымша ол бүкіл Қазақстанның жетістігі. Өйткені осындай боец болу, чемпион болу, мен өзім жаңа өзім адам өз қолынан келмейді. Ол үлкен команда, үлкен жұмыс, промоушен бар, бапкерлердің сол Ақтөбе қаласында еркін күш клубы Айбек ағайға Алла разы болсын, сол кісінің де көмегі тиді ғой біраз. Сол басқа не айтайын. Бәріне рахмет, Алла разы болсын. Бір бәріміз жауып, Эльдарды құттықтап жіберейік.
And there's the numbers for the entire fight. Zhemukalov, amazing. 104 significant strikes. That's out of 139 landed. Zhemukalov and Shatanisov. Some good ground control between the pair. At the end of the day, though, the blue corner really causing an amazing upset victory. Heartfelt celebrations. And there's only one thing left to go as the drama from Naiza 84 unfolds. And that is the main event. The main event that wasn't the main event until it was. We'll be right back as we move towards our final world title here this evening from Aktau, Kazakhstan.
What's on your mind? We come for you, have a good time. Me want you wine your waistline. Me want you shake your behind. I'm in a dancing mood, girl, and I'm feeling good. This is my favorite tune. Put on your dancing shoes. Gonna make you feel so good tonight, girl. Gonna make you feel alright.
I came to rock at this party, 'cause I can make you feel alright. Sweet boy, rock your body, rock it straight through the night. Oh, you want this body? Oh, you want it now? Sweet boy, rock your body, 'cause I'm gonna make you mine tonight.
Let's go. Let's go. Now everybody move, move. Now everybody shake, shake. Now everybody. Do the hottest thing in all the dance, girl want test you. Don't stand a chance, no. Girl, you look better than them, yes. You dress nicer than them, yes. Hold me tight, girl, hold me tight. What? Wipe me off, try me off.
I came to rock at this party, 'cause I can make you feel alright. Sweet boy, rock your body, rock it straight through the night. Oh, you want this body? Oh, you want it now?
Say what?
Sweet boy, rock your body, 'cause I'm gonna make you mine tonight.
Let's go. Let's go. Now everybody move, move. Now everybody shake.
Құрметті ағайындар мен мырзалар, естеріңізге саламыз, Naiza турнирі біздің басты серіктесіміз Олимпиад букмекерлік компаниясының қолдауымен өтуде. Олимпия және Naiza, күштің, рухтың және жеңістің серіктестігі және Gorilla Energy бұл жай ғана энергетикалық сусын емес. Бұл біздің қатысушылар мен көрермендер үшін күш пен қуат көзі. Ол сіздің эмоцияларыңызды келесі деңгейге көтеріп, бізге осы керемет оқиғаның шымылдығын ашуға көмектеседі. Және турнирдің бас серіктесі Дарлин. Бұл цифрлық офис, кәсіпкерлік үшін барлық қажетті құралдар бір жерде біріктірілген. Тапсырмаларды басқару, құжат айналымы, қаржы және командалық жұмыс барлығы қолжетімді бір жүйеде. Naiza командасы жұмыс процесін жылдам, нақты және артық кедергілерсіз жүргізу үшін Дарлинді пайдаланады. Ақпараттық серіктесіміз Казспорт. Барлық Naiza турнирлерін тек Спорт Плюс телеарнасынан, сондай-ақ Спорт Плюс Қазақстан YouTube арнасынан көрсеңіздер болады.
It snow, work the pole, I got the bang bro. I'ma say that I prefer them no clothes. I'm into that, I love women exposed. She threw it back at me, I gave her move. Cash ain't a problem, I know where it goes. She had them apple-bottom jeans, boots with the fur. The whole club was looking at her. She hit the floor, next thing you know, shorty got low. Them baggy sweatpants and the Reeboks with the straps. To get you home, my jeans full of guap and they ready for shows. Cadillacs made back for the sexy grown. Put tone on the rocks that'll make you moan. One step, come on. Two steps, come on. Three steps, come on. Now that's $3 grand. What you think I'm playing? Baby girl, I'm the man. I did a rubber band. That's what I told her. Her legs on my shoulder. I knew it was over. That Henny and Cola got me like a soldier. She ready for...
Ауылдың баласы ат-қара күш, нағыз қара күш, таза қара күш бойында. Ауылдың баласы ат-қара күш, нағыз қара күш, таза қара күш мойында. Ауылдың баласы ат-қара күш, нағыз қара күш.
This is the main event. It's the fight of the night, and the strawweight crown is on the line. The challenger walks first. Berdibek Shirazov from Atirau, 6-1. What an incredible story here. The self-described submission specialist who doesn't ever want to leave a fight to the judges. Looking to stop Sub-Zero in his tracks, were his promises on Media Day, and extending his own run, his own trophy, if you will, of early finishes to take the belt in most confidence, if you will, and indeed assertive fashion. His Naiza pedigree dates back to 2024, and it's been a masterclass. The bookies have him as an underdog, and at the end of the day, it only takes one mistake, he said, just 1 inch, and I'll take a mile. It'll be the submission that nobody, including the red corner, sees coming. But there's extra weight, extra pressure. The original featherweight title, after Bergang Jelyesi missed weight yesterday, has thrust him up into the main event. It all comes down to this, Will. The lights are on. It's for all the marbles. It's the main event at Naiza 84.
All roads have led here. Everything we have witnessed tonight has been building towards this moment. The spotlight shines bright on the main event. This is where reputations become legacies and where champions are remembered. Tonight, making his way to the cage, Berbiak, Shirazov, a submission specialist, scrambles to make the striker hesitate, turn the promotion of this bout into pressure on the champion, not pressure on himself.
Should be very, very interesting, of course. Shirazov, super capable with the arm lock. Has some capable ground and pound. All of his submissions in the first and second round. Actually has never seen the third round in his professional career. And this has been very much an attention-seeking contest. A lot of fans were very curious because it's a classic striker versus grappler matchup. It's kind of a throwback to the old school of mixed martial arts where somebody used to come in and it was obvious what their ace was. It was obvious where they would try to take the fight quite quickly. And like we said, confidence and motion potentially, using his grappling to counter the champion's striking after the headliner fell through. It's everything he could have hoped for and everything the fans in this arena could have dreamed for. 4-fight run, only one loss outside Naiza in his career. That was back in 2022. Shirazov, the challenger, is ready to do battle in the main event and act out.
Я Sub-Zero, Sub-Zero, я Sub-Zero, я сам заморозил время твоего эфира, я
You can hear it there in the lyrics. As advertised, Sub-Zero, the Mortal Kombat persona. One of the great characters from a legendary video game. Bekshan Abel Qasim, Mortal Kombat's Ice Assassin, Astana's Ice Assassin, right down to the freeze and finish Showman's Act. This promotion loves him, and behind that theater is a frightening resume. Will Jr., we talked about it, 7-time national and a world champion in Jekpijek, the Kazakh dueling arts, international master of Sambo, Czech, Gama career, as we've seen from so many greats tonight. Multiple regional appearances. 2-time Pancration champion to top it off, in addition to his MMA CV. This is his 6th Naiza walk tonight, but the first is king. Can he defend this title? It's the sport's oldest riddle, like we said. Classic striker versus grappler, 5 championship rounds, very clear stakes, very clear advantages. It could be an instant classic.
An 8-0 record, clean. He's got an 83% KO TKA rate. Not to be looked over, Chris. Dangerous at that weight as well. That does shock me. His fastest win was 23 seconds in round 1. This man is no joke. This man is coming to cause pain, he's coming to do damage, and he's looking to make an upset.
As he makes his way through the final preparations and indeed the prep point. What a story. A lot of talk at the press conference. There was a lot of promises. In fact, a lot of other fighters on the card weighed in as to what could happen here. Bekshan Abel Qasim, incredible persona, of course. Plenty of interviews and plenty of KOs. He's a fighter who also has rarely seen the 3rd round. In fact, across his entire career, amateur and professional, he's only seen it once. That was at Naiza 64. The champion, Kojaliev, defeated at Naiza 78 in the 1st round. Blew him into smithereens in seconds. Can we get a duet tonight of a similar caliber of performance on the feet? That's what he'll be looking for. Tail the tape, Naiza 84, the World Strawweight Championship. This is the main event. 23-year-old Abel Qasim is the champion. 30-year-old Shirazov is the challenger. Both guys 53. We love this weight class. Here's the announcements.
Naiza 84 турнирі кештің басты жекпе-жегі. 5 раундтық супер жеңіл салмақтағы Naiza лигасының чемпиондық белбеуіне талас. Құрметті ағайындар мен мырзалар, басы жекпе-жектің төрешілерімен таныс болыңыздар. Бас төреші Нұрбек Мұңлықов, төрешілер Жапырақ Базарбаев, Амантай Нұрғалиев, Асылбек Исмағамбетов, ортадағы төреші Ақтілеу Әскербайұлы. Сонымен төрешілеріміз дайын. Жауынгерлерimiz ортада жекпе-жекті бастауға дайын. Ендігі сұрақ сіздерге. Ал сіздер дайынсыздар ма? Ақтау! Олай болса, спортшыларымызды таныс болыңыздар. Алаңның көк бұрышында. Оның жасы 30-да. Оның бойы 1,71 сантиметр, салмағы 53 келі. Оның кәсіби рекорды 6 жеңіс және 1 жеңіліс. Атырау қаласы, Қазақстан үміткерді қарсы алыңыздар. Бердібек Сиража! Және оның қарсыласы алаңның қызыл бұрышында. Оның жасы 23-те, оның бойы 1,62 сантиметр, салмағы 53 келі. Оның кәсіби рекорды 6 жеңіс. Астана қаласы, Қазақстан Naiza лигасы супер жеңіл салмақ чемпионы. Қарсы ал қазақ елі. Қантар Бекжан Әбілқасан!
Жауынгерлер, мені мұқият тыңдаймыз. Стоптан кейін жұмыс жасамаймыз. Ережені білесіңдер, ережені бұзбаймыз. Қол алсамыз, бұрыштарымызға сәттілік.
This is the main event. 5 5-minute rounds potentially for the world strawweight title. Shirazov, blue corner. Abel Kasim, red corner. First of 5 white trunks, excuse me, in the blue tape for the blue corner. Red tape, gold trunks for the champion. The defending champion looking to make his first title defense. The striker, the one who knocks them all out. Shirazov, the guy who always manages to grab an arm or a leg. There will be no guessing as to which the strategy may be. Little unpredictability, but plenty of volatility.
And this is the thing, Chris. You come into this fight and you look and you see Abel Kasim, shorter fighter, going to have to do a lot to get on the inside and finish him. But if he does, it's game over. And all it takes is that one shot. So, you know, you've got fighters like Gervonta Davis, you've got different fighters, and you look and you think first round, second round, it's not looking very favorable to you. But then after that, they manage to land that shot and it's a knockout, and that's all you see on the highlight reel. With that 83% knockout streak, he's dangerous. But can he not get outscored, and can he stay in the fight up until then?
Abel Kasim testing, looking for the early chopping kicks. 3-2 from Shirazov. Shirazov throwing heavy leather. And it's the old adage of being a grappler first and an aggressive striker second. That striking can really open up potential grappling opportunities for the challenger. What an incredible story to be able to have those very fast submission and indeed highlight reel submission wins. Last in action at Naiza 75 last summer. That was a round 1 armbar. Shirazov, very strong given his frame. Looks to again pitch a fastball right. Jab 2-2, the crowd feeling it here. Shirazov, the challenger, stalking, known for mean kicks, mean uchimatas, fast hands. And they would have drilled this, Will. You got to sell the grappling. Oh, it's forward pressure here. We got a slugfest in the main event.
Oh my goodness, Chris. You said a grappler, but look, I think they've thrown a bit of a wobbler there, said that he's a grappler, and he's come by, he's got beautiful stand up there. He's just throwing that jab, keeping the distance, and very aggressive, very vicious from the off with those strikes, really looking to do damage. He's not just throwing them to find distance, he's throwing them to hurt his man.
Abel Kasim on the back foot. For the first time in a long time, being tested here. Ask questions. Shirazov beautiful there, head movement on the exit, and counters with a beautiful left hook of his own. It's good timing. It's good vision. It's predictive assessment of the situation here with the striking. Abel Qasim cuts an angle, steps outside, gains that outside foot position, and lands a left hook.
There's no signs of anybody looking to go to ground here, Chris. They're standing in the pocket and they're trading. And that was such a beautiful exchange there. Goes to the body, goes to the head, tries to open up. But the range of Sirashov is just keeping the distance and just keeping Abel Qasim on the outside. But as I say, all he needs is one shot and he's finishing his man. But he looks a bit way wary and not too accurate with the punches. A lot of swinging wide punches, overhands, and he's getting caught. He's calling his man on, saying, look, give it to me. And there's the takedown.
Exactly that. Exactly that. It was a chance to open up your arms and say, what more can you do? But actually, what you want to do is bait a little bit of chaos and throw your man off his game. Abel Qasim grabbing a takedown, and it's good tidy footwork here to try to pass the guard. Oh, lumberjack sweep. Shirazov can't get it. This is where the man who can tie you into knots, who can catch you via submission when you least expect it, is so dangerous.
Great disengagement there from Abel Qasim on the way out. He said, you know what, look, I don't fancy it. Let's just trade shots. Swooping hooks from Abel Qasim. Would like to see him tighten up and frame up and then post and then try and get on the inside a bit more clean. But it's great work from both fighters. There he goes, shoots, double leg takedown up against the cage. And aggressive on the inside there from Abel Qasim. Short little elbows, short little shots, hurting his man.
That was an excellent shot there. He dug his toes in and literally, as any great wrestler would be, drove through his opponent, grabbed the double leg, pulled him straight in. That was a manic opening 5 minutes. If that's the prediction, if that is the preamble, if that is the introductory act for this main event, I have no idea what's going to happen next. Will Jr., the action.
There's no second chance after this. This is the main event, and this is live and direct with Naiza. Lovely exchanges. You can see from the tail of the tape there. Both fighters landing shots. Fierce start from both fighters, and there you see the scramble. Doesn't exactly look like a takedown, but his man goes to ground.
Then it was scramble after scramble, and what a round. Look at the numbers. Not a lot of ground control. Abel Qasim consolidating position there towards the end of the round. And it was after he kind of bait and switched a little bit, shaking his head as if to say, could we maybe try something else? But careful what you wish for. Shirazov is that guy. He's the guy that'll catch you. He's the guy that could take this title with one big mistake. Two of five here. Shirazov certainly taking some really early steps forward and drawing a line or two in the sand in the first round with that tidy kickboxing and good 1-2. On the flip side, Abel Qasim saying, look, I'm not afraid to take you down. I'm not afraid to press the grappling. It's still a competitive fight, but I think the challenger won the first round. 2 of 5, 20 minutes just under remaining on the fight.
And this is what greatness looks like. And from both fighters, really, Chris, we've seen great weaponry in both of the fighters' arsenal and great control.
A little bit of restraint being shown here. Abel Qasim sensitive to the fact that Shirazov certainly was the bully and the boss in the first round. Shirazov inches back, looks for the same 1-2 that he found early success in the first round. Abel Qasim looks, and he eats a right. Again, it's the same punch that caught him in the first round. Wheel kick from Shirazov. He can do no wrong in this fight.
Oh my goodness, Chris. We love to see it. And I said 83% KO TKO from Abel Qasim, but Sirashov looking like he's going to finish his man here.
Shirazov eats a 2-3, backing off. The reach disadvantage is where he's at his best. The last thing you want to do is let the shorter fighter in on the inside, like you said, Will, and it's that forward pressure, forward footwork. Shirazov swinging a miss there on the 360. You don't want to get sloppy against Abel Qasim. Abel Qasim left hook. My word. Those are knockout punches at this weight. The level of power at this weight is mind-bending, Will. Body shot. Was that the cracker to put Shirazov down, or was it really a dead cat bounce? Maybe you went down. It could be a bait. It could be literally a rope-a-dope. My word. Completely in awe at the back and forth between Abel Qasim and Shirazov. Will Jr., it's wild. It's a tornado.
It's wild. It's fire. And what a shot there. Liver shot, dropped his man, and he's hurt, Chris. I really think he's hurt. He came in off the back of that with some body shots to the stomach, but I think he's going to finish his man here. And as we said before, he may get dragged into deep waters, but if Abel Qasim catches you with one shot, you're hitting the deck.
Big knee there from Abel Qasim, who just continues to find every way in that he can to vandalize the situation. Shirazov, well, having his moments, like you said, I think that body shot, again, digging to the left is the body shot for Abel Qasim. Then he goes upstairs, left hook low, left hook up. The classic to the body and the head. The referee stepping in. This fight is over and still. Bekjan Abel Qasim from Astana, Kazakhstan, the undefeated record that was on the line. Oh, it wasn't easy. Shirazov came to put in work tonight, but in the end, everybody went full tilt. The cards on the table, went down the river, saw the flip. Abel Qasim gets the upper hand. Second title and his first defense. Outstanding performance, Will Jr.
Listen, moments ago, one athlete was comfortable. Suddenly, everything changed. And that's what we said before, and that was going to be the theme of this night. Can he knock his man out early, or is he going to get outperformed on points? And I have to give it to Shirazov. Beautiful showcase of stand-up, and because we know he can fight on the ground. But a beautiful case of stand-up, but again, Abel Qasim just comes in. What an exciting weight class, and what power at such a light weight class.
Listen, you never see more technique, more heart, more bravery. We saw it all, and the power. I mean, people often talk about the lighter weight classes and they have question marks of whether or not these guys have that entertainment factor. This is the highlight reel right there. If ever you want to look at this weight, and if ever you want to see what the propensity is for the level of entertainment and indeed damage. I mean, both guys were hurt, Will. Both guys had multiple finishing opportunities. In the end, though, a total barn burner. Here's the verdict. Abel Qasim and still.
Секундта тоқтатылды. Техникалық нокаутпен жеңіске жеткен және Naiza лигасы супер жеңіл салмақтағы чемпион болып қала беретін Bekjan Hunter Abelqasim.
So Abel Qasim defends Sub-Zero. Ice cold tonight. But look, there were some times when the ice was starting to melt for sure. And mad props to the blue corner. He'll be back. Shirazov, always an entertainer, a guy who put in work. 115 pounds. The main event here at Naiza. Nurbek Karabala, of course, CEO in the middle for the photo op. And that's 2 belts over the shoulder. A dramatic title defense. Thrust into the limelight, the main event acts. Where will they go next? Bekjan Abel Qasim, that undefeated record. Rarely into the 3rd round, like we mentioned. And the first time in his professional career that he was close to that opportunity. Satisfaction. Here's Alioni with the interview, challenger and champion.
Қаншама еңбек еттің, тер төктің, чемпиондық белбеуге таласамын деп келдің бүгін. Сол туралы бір ауыз сөз сенен естігіміз келіп жатыр.
Ассалаумалейкум.
Ол жол мен жолым болмай қалды. Бірақ тоқтатпау керек еді. Әлі бар едім негізі. Ұйықтаған жоқпын мен. Бірақ Нұрбек аға, бізге реванш керек. Реванш ұйымдастырып беріңіз. Бұл болмайды. Бұл жерде Әбілқасым бауыр, мен саған айтайын. Судьяның шешімімен жеңіске жеттің. Атак мені тоқтата алған жоқсың. Мен тоқтамаймын. Және мен ешкім тоқтата алмайды. Және саған судьялар тоқтатып берді. Атак мені тоқтамайтын. Мен ұйықтаған жоқпын. Бойды қараймыз қайтып иншалла. Бірақ Нұрбек аға, бізге реванш керек. Сосын бізге, мен осыдан 1 жылдан кейін төйлесіп тұрмын. Біз контракты бойынша бармыз, қол қойдық, отырдық, бізге бой керек. Жоқ дегенде 2 ай, 3 ай уақытында бой беріп тұрса, бізге жақсы болар еді. Бұл 1 жылдан кейін төйлесіп тұрған бойым, бірақ әдемі бой өткіздік деп ойлаймын. Солай ма? Ұнады ма біздің жекпе-жек? Мен мына бойға 5 күн қалған кезде берді маған. Бірақ мен дайынмын. 5 раундқа дайынмын дедім, бірақ болмады. Адамның деген емес, Алланың бұйырғаны ғой. Бірақ судьялар араласты, тоқтатты. Мен ұйықтаған жоқпын, бірақ сол айтайын деген. Бізге реванш керек. Тез арада және жылдам 1 ай жарым уақытта бізге жауаптарын айтсаңыздар жақсы болады. Нұрбек аға, сізге асмай осы әңгіме.
Рахмет Бердібек саған. Бердібекке бір қошеметімізді.
Мен айтшы берейін. Ақтөбеде сборда болдым 2 ай. Соған көмектескен Медет Қожахметов аға, Аллах разы болсын сізге. Сіздің үмітіңізді ақтай алмадым, кешіріңіз. Но мықты болып ораламыз. Және Айбек ағай, Шоқытып Айбек ағай, сізге Аллах разы болсын. Екі күш командасына Аллах разы болсын. Және менің командам, Мергенский команда, Аллах разы болсын сендерге де. Үміттеріңді ақтай алмадым, кешіріңдер. Мықты болып ораламыз, иншалла. Бізге тек бой керек, уақытылы бой. Болды, біз дайынбыз. Одан да жақсы жекпе-жек көрсетуге мен дайынмын. Стойка болса стойка, күрес болса күреспен. Все, рахмет, ассаламу алейкум.
Ал чемпион. 2 дүркін чемпион. Енді сөз кезегі өзіңде.
Ассаламағалейкум, Ақтау. Рахмет, осылай қазақтың жауынгерлерін қолдап, ыстық уақыттарыңызды бөліп, осы бізді қолдауға келгендеріңізге мыңда бір алғыс айтамын. Спорт жанкүйерлері көп болсын. Не деймін, Алла разы болсын. Аллаға шүкір, бірінші. Аллаға шүкір, екінші менің бапкерлерім. Екінші отбасым десем де болады. Шерхан ағай, үлкен алғысын білем. Осы спортқа келгеннен бастап, осындай деңгейге жеткізген осы Шерхан ағам, Рауан ағам осы спортқа алып келген. Екеуіне мен белбеуімді таққым келеді негізі. Осы кісілердің арқасында, бірінші Аллахтың арқасында, екінші осы кісілердің арқасында. Осы кісілер болмаса мен осы жерде тұрмас едім мүмкін. Шерхан ағай, Рауан ағай келіңіз.
Бір қошеметімізді көрсетіп қояқшы.
Және де осы сонау Астанадан келіп қолдауға келген жанкүйерлерім бар, ағаларым бар, бауырларым бар, мыңда бір алғысын білем. Кеше мен салмақ қуым, кеше өте қиын болды, білмеймін осы жолы. Салмақ қуым өте қиын болды. Көмектескен Астанаға келген Моки братан, видео ұстап қойыңыздар, камера. Моки братан, Алеша бауырым, және де Сәбит братан, бағыттарыңыз рахмет. Рауананың достары бар, ол кісілерге рахмет етем. Және осы жекпе-жекке дайындалма қажылай қолдауларын көрсеткен Сүндет братанға алғысымды білдіремін. Және де Нұрсұлтан Тәңіртау братанға рахмет етем. Және де Серега братан, хирург Астанада номер 1. Ол кісіге рахмет айтам. Аттарын ұмытқа болсам, Дос ағам бар, ол кісіге рахмет, Алла разы болсын. Біз бұнымен тоқтамаймыз. Біздің әлі шың. Найзада кім ең көп пойыз қорғаған? Пойыз кім ең көп қорғады? Жоқ, вообще, кім көп қорғады пойызды, белбеді? Кім көп қорғады? Жепшеттегі Гасанов па? Мен осы Найза лигасында ең көп белбеуді қорғаған мен болып қалғым келеді тарих жөнінде. Ертең айтып жетінде ең көп Бекжан Әбілқасым пойыз қорғап кеткен деп. Сосын үйдегі отқан, тағым қысы отқан ата-анама үлкен алғысын білемін. Иә, сол кісілердің арқасы, олар маған үлкен мотивацияны қайдан аласың деп отырсың ғой кеше маған. Мен мотивацияларымды ата-анама қарап аламын. Ата-анам әлгі күнге дейін азаннан кешке дейін жұмыс істеп жүр, мысалға. Ата-ана ол жұмыстың ұяты жоқ. Мамам кафеде посуда жуады, пол жуады, посуда жуады. Папам әлі таксовать етеді, мысалға ше. Сол кісілер маған үлкен мотивация. Сол кісілерге қараймын да, осы кісілер жұмыс істемесінші. Маған двойной еңбек ету керек, мотивация сол кісілер негізінде. Алла қаласа, мамама үлкен үй, әкеме бір көлік сыйлағым келеді. Сол менің арманым, соған жетсем, шүкір. Одан артық арманым жоқ. Алла қаласа, мені күтіңіздер. Шоуда болады, төбелесте болады, қолымнан барлығы келеді. Алла қаласа, просто уақыт керек. Ақтау, рахмет баршаларыңызға. Сұрағыңыз болса, сұрақ қойыңыз. Сосын Астанада мен өзім жұмыс істеп жүрген, сол жерден шыққам. Астаналық базар, Артем көріп отқан қолдаушыларыма үлкен алғысын білдірем. Артемнің шефі үлкен алғысын білдірем. Әрдайым жекпе-жектің алдында қолма-қол болсын, мораль жағының болсын, қолдауын көрсетіп отырады. Алдыңғы жекпе-жекті көрген шығарсыздар, пояс ұтып келгенде қалай күтіп алған. Олар ешкімді күтіп алмаған ғой, например. Мен пояс ұтқаныма мен кәдімгі үлкен той қылып күтіп алды. Ол кісінің аты Бауди Абувич. Спасибо вам за такую поддержку. Вам желаю здоровья, успех, всех благ. Мен ағайым тренерім айтсаңыз бір орысша жақсы сөз Бауди Абувичқа. Қолдауыңызды айтсаңыз, рахметіңізді орысша.
Хотел бы сказать большую благодарность Бауди Абовичу, директору Артема, за вклад и развитие молодежи, за то, что помогаете молодым спортсменам развиваться. Бигжану помогаете, он и днем, и ночью, и вечером тренируется. Несмотря на это, вы даете поддержку, чтобы он мог полноценно тренироваться и защищать пояс, выиграть пояс. Спасибо вам.
Спасибо, рахмет. Артем, күтіңіздер. Алла қаласа ертең чемпиондарыңыз оралады. Ертең обедте Астанада боламыз. Алла қаласа күтіп алыңыздар. 2 дүркін чемпион. Барлықтарыңыз рахмет, спорт сүйер қауым. Біз тоқтамаймыз. Біздің шың бұл жер емес. Алла қаласа UFC, мен айттым ғой. Нұрбек аға, UFC-ға кет. Сен жолың ашық, бауырым жүре бер деп айтса, мен бұл сөзге кетем. Оған дейін осы Найзадан шығам, Алла қаласа.
Бекжан Әбілқасым.
Well, you heard it there. Bakshan Abulkasim defending his title. And how much that meant to him. What an incredible journey. What an incredible main event here at Naiza 84. Once again, thrilled to have your company here on the international transmission from Aqtao. Will Jr., my co-commentator. What a night, man.
What a remarkable night of mixed martial arts. Champions crowned, contenders established, and memories created, Chris.
And plenty more to come your way. We'll leave you with the action, of course. Shirazov, a valiant attempt at burgling the belt. Abulkasim, 2 titles over his shoulders after 3 rounds. In the meantime, stick with us. Follow us on socials. Of course, watch Naiza.tv for upcoming listings, including the reality show and potential contenders emerging. Beyond that, you can follow us on social media, TikTok, at Naiza_TV, on Instagram, at Naiza.MMA, and of course on YouTube. That's Naiza TV. Until then, we'll see you next time. On behalf of myself, Chris Hoekstra, and my broadcast partner, Will Jr., have a great evening and good night from Kazakhstan.
Сонымен құрметті қандар мен мырзалар, осымен Ақтау қаласында өтіп жатқан Naiza 84 турнирі өз мәресіне жетті. Келесі жалынды жекпе-жектер кешінде жолыққанша ағайын. Қош сау болыңыздар.
Put your hands up, 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 put your hands up.